Good day and welcome to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. You're looking live in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where at this hour the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is on duty, watching over the systems of the International Space Station as they and their Russian colleagues half a world away at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow prepare for a spacewalk by two Russian cosmonauts outside of the Pirs docking compartment. At this hour, on console leading the Orbit 2 team here is Flight Director Scott Stover, the second from your right on this view, joined on console this morning by Tomas Gonzalez-Torres, another flight director and a former spacewalk officer who will be the mission operations representative today during the course of the spacewalk to be performed over the next 6.5 hours. Joining them to their right is spacecraft communicator Leslie Ringo, who will be the voice communications link between Mission Control and the crew aboard the International Space Station from time to time throughout the course of the day. The half-dozen crew members on board the International Space Station are all split up today in concert with the flight rules required for the conduct of this spacewalk. The Station Commander Pavel Vinogradov is joined by flight engineer Chris Cassidy of NASA. They are isolated in the Poisk module, the space-facing module on the Russian segment of the International Space Station, and have access to their Soyuz TMA-08M spacecraft that is mated to the Poisk module. It has been there since March 29th. The spacewalking crew that we'll talk about more in a moment, Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin, they are inside the Pirs docking compartment, suited up in their Russian Orlan spacesuits and making final preparations to open the hatch to Pirs in about 35 minutes or so to begin their spacewalk. And the other duo on the U.S. segment of the International Space Station for the Expedition 36 crew, European Space Agency flight engineer Luca Parmitano and NASA flight engineer Karen Nyberg. They are free to move about the cabin, as it were, in the U.S. segment of the International Space Station all the way through the Zarya module of the International Space Station to the interface, the juncture between the U.S. and Russian segments of the station, where the hatches are closed today, as is always the case during a Russian spacewalk out of the Pirs docking compartment airlock. The two spacewalkers for today, Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin, were up early this morning getting suited up into their Orlan spacesuits. Yurchikhin, who will be designated EV1 or extra-vehicular crew member number 1, will be wearing the Russian Orlan suit bearing the red stripes. Alexander Mazurkin, flight engineer, he will be designated EV2. He will be wearing the suit bearing the blue stripes, and his helmet will be adorned with a helmet camera, only one today, only on Mazurkin, to provide up-close and personal views of the work that they will perform outside of the Pirs docking compartment, and we'll run through all of the tasks on board for today's spacewalk in just a moment. This spacewalk is the 172nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance. It is the 7th spacewalk in the career of Fyodor Yurchikhin. 5 of those spacewalks, 5 of the 6 previous spacewalks, have been conducted in Russian Orlan suits. 1 spacewalk in a U.S. extravehicular mobility unit conducted along with Clay Anderson outside of the International Space Station during Expedition 15 in July of 2007. For Mazurkin, this is the 2nd spacewalk of his career. He and Yurchikhin teamed up back on June 24th for the last Russian spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station, a venture outside of Pirs to replace a fluid flow regulator on the Zarya module and to retrieve a suite of experiments from the exterior of the hull of the International Space Station's Russian segment. By the way, they will pair up once again just 6 days from now, next Thursday, August 22nd, for yet another spacewalk in which they will replace a laser communications experiment outside the station with a platform, a swiveling platform for an optical telescope to be delivered on a future spacewalk, and to remove a docking assembly from the outside of the Pirs docking compartment itself. This is the 6th spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station this year, and the 3rd of 6 Russian spacewalks planned for 2013.
Pressure continuously dropping. Copy. Alexander, what's it like in the suit? What's the pressure? Inaudible. Still? Still what it was before. Copy that.
That snippet of conversation between Fyodor Yurchikhin and Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside Moscow, talking about the leak checks that they are performing to their Orlan spacesuits. Once again, the crew is up very early this morning. They suited up into their Orlan suits about an hour and a half ago, moved into the Piers docking compartment airlock. The hatches were closed, and the depressurization of the Piers docking compartment began in preparation for the start of today's spacewalk, which is about 35 minutes away, marked by the opening of the hatch to the Piers docking compartment. That is the line of demarcation to mark the start of a Russian spacewalk. There are two major tasks on board for Yurchikhin and Mazurkin today as they move outside of the Piers docking compartment. Those two tasks are enumerated in great detail in this narrated animation we have, courtesy of EVA or spacewalk specialist Devin Bolge. Let's take a look.
Russian EVA 34 will be conducted by Fyodor Yurchikhin as EV1 in the red stripe suit, and Alexander or Sasha Mazurkin will be EV2 in the blue stripe suit. Sasha will egress Piers docking compartment 1 or DC1 first, and Fyodor will pass out the universal EVA cable carrier with the 2 MLM power cables along with a few EVA installable cable fair leads. Fyodor will also pass out the MLM Ethernet cable reel and 2 temporary connector patch panels. He will also pass out gap spanners and Vanoslavost panel number 2. Then Fyodor will egress. Sasha will take the Ethernet cable reel bundle and Vanoslavost number 2, and Fyodor will take the universal cable carrier around DC1 to Strela 1. At Strela 1's end effector, the two will attach the universal cable carrier to Strela 1's end effector. Sasha will translate up Strela 1 to MRM2 and temp stow his hardware on MRM2's handrail. Sasha will then make his way to Strela 1's operator post. Sasha will then manually maneuver Strela 1's boom with Fyodor and the universal cable carrier at the end effector to the FGB near the US and Russian interface. Fyodor will attach a tether from the Strela 1's boom to a FGB handrail. Fyodor will translate to Strela cradle near Strela 2 and retrieve the cradle. He will take the cradle back to Strela 1 and attach the cradle to the FGB and Strela 1 to stabilize Strela 1's boom. And will also release the tether from Strela 1 once the cradle is attached. Fyodor will then relocate a cable connector that was routed on a previous EVA. He will then install a few cable fair leads on the FGB. Sasha will install the Vnoslavos number 2 on the backside of MRM2. He will also install the 2 connector patch panels he brought out. Sasha will also install a gap spanner between MRM2 and the FGB. Once the gap spanner is installed, Sasha will translate down the FGB to Fyodor's worksite. Sasha will then route the MLM power cable number 1 down the FGB to MRM2, installing it in the cable fair leads previously installed. Fyodor will stay at the cable carrier and unwind the cable as Sasha routes it. In the digital display, you can see that the cable is flashing and is already installed. Once at MRM2, Sasha will attach cable number 1 to the connector patch panel previously installed, and any excess cable will be attached to an MRM2 handrail. Once the cable is attached to the patch panel, Fyodor will take the remaining cable from the cable carrier and attach it to the FGB handrail. Then Fyodor will translate down the FGB to MRM2, removing the slack from cable number 1. Once power cable number 1 is secure, Fyodor will route the MLM Ethernet cable down the FGB, attaching it into previously installed cable clamps. Sasha will stay at the Ethernet cable reel, unwinding the cable as Fyodor routes it. And again, the digital display shows the cable flashing and already routed. The Ethernet cable connector will temporarily be attached to an FGB handrail near the US and Russian interface. Once Fyodor is finished attaching the Ethernet connector to the FGB, Sasha will install the Ethernet cable into clamps at the end of the FGB and the MRM2 interface. Then Sasha will translate back to the universal cable carrier on the FGB and along the way taking the slack out of the Ethernet cable. Fyodor will now route MLM power cable number 2 along the FGB to the MRM2 as Sasha unwinds the cable from the carrier. Fyodor will install the cable into the cable fair leads along the FGB. And again, the digital display shows the cable flashing and already installed. And Fyodor will attach the cable to the previously installed patch panel number 2, and any excess cable will be attached to MRM2's handrail. Once Fyodor is complete at the patch panel, Sasha will attach the remaining cable to an FGB handrail near the US and Russian interface. Then translate down the FGB, taking the slack out of the MLM power cable number 2. Fyodor will attach the cable number 2 to the cable clamps on the FGB and MRM2 interface. The 2 crew members will then translate back to DC1, and the 2 crew members will ingress. This would conclude Russian EVA 34.
Back here in Mission Control, the flight control team is preparing for the start of today's spacewalk, working in concert with their Russian counterparts at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov, outside of Moscow. It is the Russian flight control team that, of course, has the ball today in terms of the supervision of Yurchikhin and Mazurkin during the course of their work outside. This spacewalk is expected to run about 6.5 hours or so. Again, the first of 2 spacewalks within a 6-day period by this pair of cosmonauts. It was just 1 month ago, exactly 1 month ago, on July 16th, when NASA flight engineer Chris Cassidy and European Space Agency flight engineer Luca Parmitano ventured outside the Quest airlock of the International Space Station's U.S. segment in U.S. spacesuits to conduct the second of 2 spacewalks in a week's span of time. That spacewalk back on July 16th, as you well know by now, was cut short after just 1 hour and 32 minutes when Parmitano's helmet began to fill up with water. The spacewalk was quickly terminated. The crew safely returned to the Quest airlock, and the cause of that water intrusion into Parmitano's helmet is still under investigation by spacesuit experts and a mishap investigation board. The Russian Orlan spacesuits do not bear any commonality to the U.S. spacesuits. Nonetheless, due diligence was paid to the preparation for this spacewalk as the ISS mission management team convened, reviewed all of the preparations and procedures, the pedigree of the Orlan spacesuits that will be worn today by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin outside of the Pirs docking compartment and on the Russian segment of the International Space Station, and everything was proclaimed in good shape and ready to support today's spacewalk by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin. About 2.5 hours ago, Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin were inside the Pirs docking compartment just outside the passageway between Pirs and the Zarya module of the International Space Station, having donned their cooling garments that keep them nice and cool during their work outside in their Orlan spacesuits. They prepared some tools. Chris Cassidy, just before this, had removed some flight data file documentation to take with him during his isolation period with Pavel Vinogradov today in the Poisk module. Outside of Poisk, Yurchikhin and Mazurkin will be working, of course, in the rigging of those cables between Poisk and Zarya for both power and internet capability for the future launch of the Russian multipurpose laboratory module. A good view there of Fyodor Yurchikhin as he floated through the passageway, getting to the Pirs docking compartment where he and Mazurkin finally completed their suit-up procedures for today's spacewalk.
Okay, this is Pavel. I'll be giving you regular calls. Yes, from the vehicle, please. Wilco. Sounds good. I'll put it in work right away.
As we mentioned before, the 6 crew members on board the International Space Station are split up today, with Cassidy and Vinogradov isolated in their Soyuz spacecraft and the Poisk module of the International Space Station, to which it is docked to. Of course, Mazurkin and Yurchikhin will be venturing outside of the Pirs docking compartment shortly to begin their spacewalk. And in the U.S. segment of the International Space Station, Karen Nyberg and Luca Parmitano are free to conduct their day's work of activities. Earlier today, Parmitano, one of the activities that he was involved in was the cleaning of one of the crew quarters that the crew sleeps in aboard the International Space Station, cleaning out grills, cleaning out filters, and making sure that those crew quarters are pristine for the crew to live and work in during their private time on board the International Space Station. This activity was wrapped up about an hour and a half ago. Parmitano, during the spacewalk, will be essentially a second set of eyes at the forward end of the Zarya module to the International Space Station, where the hatch is closed to the rest of the Russian segment per the flight rules for a Russian spacewalk. But Parmitano, as you can see here earlier, was busy in the cleaning and maintenance of one of the crew quarters on the International Space Station.
Read you loud and clear. How us? I have you 5 by 5. How me, Sasha? Dima, I hear you loud and clear. How me? Loud and clear. Yeah, there was some noise here. Everything's normalized now. Yeah, let me report, because I don't think you heard. This noise disappeared when I released the transmit button. Do we need to press it again just to see what happens? Repeat. Repeating. The noise disappeared after I released the transmit button on the comm panel. Right now it is in released position. How do you copy? Dima. He's not copying at all, I guess. It's Fyodor. Pavel, how do you read us? Pavel, come in. Well, Fyodor, when the button is released, we only have VHF capability. You come in and out, Space to ground 2. Nikolai. Go ahead. When the transmit button is released, here, then we start reading you. With the button depressed, we do not read you. How do you copy that? We copy you. We have you loud and clear right now. How us? With some interference. With the transmit button depressed. Yeah, let's try to go ahead and depress the transmit button again. It's depressed, and that introduces the noise. Is it depressed now? No, it's released. Okay, depress it, Sasha. How did you copy, Nikolai? I copied. So right now the button is released. The transmit button. Can you confirm? It's released. When we depress it, that introduces this whistling noise. Copy that. And we do not have anything coming. So on the count of 3, we're going to depress the transmit button. 1, 2, 3. Inaudible. Did you copy us? Yeah, please release the button, Sasha. It's released. We do not hear each other. We're not copying anything. And how do you read Moscow right now? We read you right now, Moscow. Inaudible, speaking at the same time. Right now we're talking space to ground 2. Well, we tried to call you, call Pavel on space to ground 2, and we didn't get any response from anyone. Yeah, because this noise is really hard to talk over, because you need to scream real loud. Okay, so do not depress the transmit button. We're not depressing anything. Fyodor, this is Alexander. Go ahead. It's been 9 minutes. Dima, the pressure is still inaudible. Repeat the DC-1 pressure after monitoring. I'm repeating. It's been 9 minutes on the monitoring timer. The DC-1 pressure is the same. No deltas. 10 millimeters. Copy that.
Готовы пока фрагмент 7, лист 1, шаг 14. Переход на автономное питание. И по команде начинаем работу.
Okay. Get yourselves ready to perform Q card 7, step 1, item 14. Or line transition to autonomous power. Do you read us right now? With the released transmit button, you're coming in and we're reading you.
This is Mission Control Houston. You've been hearing conversation between Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. You're looking at a live picture from a camera on the balcony of that cavernous room in Korolyov, just outside of the suburb of Moscow. Russian flight controllers working with Yurchikhin and Mazurkin to clear up a bit of squelching noise associated with the communications between their Orlan spacesuits and the flight control team there in Korolyov. However, the crew has been given the green light to transition their suits to autonomous power.
Talk button, we're moving it into stand-alone power.
This is the precursor in the depress, repress Q card for the start of a Russian EVA that is officially marked with the opening of the hatch to the Pirs docking compartment. A U.S. spacewalk start time is
primaries off.
Denoted by the time that the crew puts its U.S. spacesuits on battery power, and then it ends officially with the time that the crew repressurizes the Quest airlock. In this case, a Russian spacewalk elapsed time is marked from hatch opening to hatch closure. So we'll be monitoring that and providing you the official start time for today's spacewalk as soon as the hatch to the Pirs docking compartment is accomplished. Mazurkin will be first out of the hatch. He will work with Yurchikhin to install a protective ring around the circumference of the hatch to the Pirs docking compartment before Mazurkin then moves on to a ladder just outside of the Pirs airlock, carrying with him and being handed a series of cargo bundles that will include a universal cable carrier and a bundle containing the cable reels for the Ethernet cable, connector patch panels, gap spanners, and the Vinaslavast experiment. Vinaslavast is the Russian word for endurance. It is a suite of experiments on a panel that will be installed on the outside of the Poisk module of the International Space Station to measure the effects of the microgravity environment on a variety of experiment samples.
Okay, my electrical umbilical is connected. Same for EV1. You know what, Sasha, you can go ahead and move it over here because we'll have to retrieve it later. Actually, never mind. It's fine the way it is.
Так,
Okay, this tether is here. Pavel, did you call on Space to Ground 1? I did. So we repressed and it's 781 right now in Soyuz vehicle. 173 PPO2. You made it. Fluid and electrical umbilical.
Все, Павел, спасибо. Ухожу как бы снова на СГ-2. Мы там как бы...
Copy, Pavel. Thank you very much. Let's go back to Space to Ground 2.
Спасибо.
Okay. Good luck.
Федор Николаевич, ну что, электроразъем отстыкованы, закрыты, да?
So, Fyodor, your electrical umbilicals and fluid umbilicals have been disconnected? Affirmative.
Пожалуйста.
They are disconnected and capped.
Основного сколько атмосфер, напряжение какое?
Okay, could you tell us the voltages?
413, 27,3.
And
Нули, да, показывает слева?
27.3. And the timer is...
As the flight control team in Korolyov runs through a final series of systems and suit checks with Yurchikhin and Mazurkin before they open the hatch to the Piers docking compartment to begin today's spacewalk. It's worth noting the list of tasks once again. The crew, once outside and once they are established, will install gap spanners between the Zarya module and the Poisk module, which is on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station, and between the Zvezda service module and the Poisk module. These gap spanners essentially will be used in the future to help transport equipment and the crew members from one module to another as they conduct future spacewalk activity, most notably in the setup of other equipment that will be preparatory to the arrival of the Russian multipurpose laboratory module that is scheduled to be launched no earlier than the end of this year. The crew then will install this Vinaslavast experiment on the Poisk module. It is a suite of experiment samples that will measure the effect of the microgravity environment of space on those samples. Vinaslavast was initially installed during an Expedition 30 spacewalk by Russian cosmonauts Alay Kononenko and Anton Shkaplerov on February 16th, 2012. There were two panels installed at that point, the first of which was retrieved by cosmonauts Roman Romanenko and Pavel Vinogradov during an Expedition 35 spacewalk back in April. Unfortunately, Vinogradov lost his grasp on that experiment and it floated away from him. The second of those two experiment panels was retrieved on the last Russian spacewalk back on June 24th by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin. So a fresh set of samples to be installed today, the Vinaslavast experiment to be installed on Poisk during the course of today's spacewalk. The next task will be to route power cables. There are two sets of power cables that will be routed through a meandering set of hooks and handrails along the Russian segment of the International Space Station from the Poisk module to the Zarya module. Again, preparatory work for the MLM, or the multipurpose laboratory module's arrival to replace the Piers docking compartment on the International Space Station. And then the power and Ethernet cables will be left unplugged. There is nothing to plug into at this point, but there is future work ahead for other cosmonaut crews once the multipurpose laboratory module arrives at the International Space Station.
Give us 1 second.
The Ethernet cable routing, one Ethernet cable to be routed once again from the Russian segment of the station to the U.S. segment. That Ethernet cable will be strung and tied off on a handrail and awaiting future installation into other equipment to be delivered on that multipurpose laboratory module to complete the power and data connections required for the new module once it arrives at the International Space Station. In all, the spacewalk expected to last some 6 hours, 30 minutes.
Fyodor, what is the pressure in DC right now? 10 millimeters. Copy. Go ahead and start opening the EV hatch. Sasha, please, be my guest. And work. So set the indicator flag to operating position. And work. Please check the screws. Okay, checking screws. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4. All removed completely. The latches are aligned. The hatch opening aid is here and ready to open the hatch. Please do. I see the rollers moving. Just a little tiny bit more, Sasha. And the rollers are out. The hatch is open. Let me push it.
Федор, а ты за давлением.
Further.
Ну, сейчас разберем.
What is the pressure? It's pretty close to 0 now, Sergey.
Сейчас, Саш. Ага. Я уже занял место.
Sasha, I'm trying to position myself right here under whatever this thing is.
Давление 7 миллиметров.
The pressure is 7 millimeters actually, Sergey. Okay, Sasha, please resist the urge to open the hatch.
Подтверждаю. Идем на выход с отжатой клавишей передачи на пути оппонента. Дали добро специалисту.
And further, the specialists gave you a go to do EVA with the transmit button on the comm panel released. Okay, copy.
Федор, давайте скинем давление.
Sasha, go ahead and try to tag on the hatch cover.
Давление 4 миллиметра.
No, further, please stand by. Wait until the pressure drops a little bit more. It's 4 millimeters now, Sergey. Copy.
Я готов, открываю люк.
Okay, Sergey, I am done waiting. I'm ready to open that hatch cover.
Сейчас, Саш.
Yeah, this is Fedor. Sasha,
Не-не-не,
go ahead. Actually, wait. Let me move other way. Would you like any help moving, Fedor? No, I think I'll manage.
Открыл люк, да?
Sasha, did you open the hatch? I did.
Открываем.
Actually, I'm still in the process of opening it. I'm reconfiguring my tethers and such.
Сейчас.
Николаевич, возьмете?
Да. Вот так. Все, взял. Взяли, да? Да.
Did you
Я беру как.
get it? Yes, I have it. Okay, then I'll take the ring.
К открытию
Федор.
установки защитного кольца.
Right, so guys, go ahead and start installing the protective ring. Okay,
Напали.
and my tether is secured.
Закреплен. Достаю хомячка. Достал.
I got it.
Угу. Отлично. Один конец.
Excellent. Sasha, give me one end.
О, практически на месте. Сейчас, секунду. Чуть-чуть по часовой.
Could you move it just a tiny little bit clockwise? A little bit more.
По часовой, да, раз, два.
Clockwise?
На месте.
Yeah, that's right. 1, 2, done.
Закрылся у меня.
Click and that's tight.
Защитное кольцо.
Sergey, please note the protective ring has been installed. Copy. Sasha, your go to egress.
А теплообменники?
And what about the heat exchangers, Sergey?
This is Mission Control Houston. The Spacewalk officer here in Mission Control, Allison Bollinger, talking to her EVA counterparts over in Moscow at the Russian Flight Control Room, confirmed the opening of the hatch to the Piers docking compartment at 9:39 a.m. Central Time, 10:39 a.m. Eastern Time, marking the official start of today's spacewalk by Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin, the 172nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance, the 7th spacewalk in Yurchikhin's career, the 2nd for Mazurkin, and their 2nd spacewalk together.
Okay, so I am secured and ready to egress.
Хорошо, принято.
And I'm secured on the EVA ladder, that is. I copy, Sasha.
Есть, я на выходном развернулся.
I'm on the EV ladder. And I'm ready to turn on my heat exchanger. Okay, first go ahead and turn on sublimators. So they're move a little closer to Sasha, and we'll actually have you do it as close to each other as possible. So it's almost simultaneous. Okay, my sublimator is on.
Принято.
Copy.
Я еще даже не приступал.
That was EV2, and this is EV1. I haven't even started to turn on my sublimator. I'm just getting secured here.
Есть у меня индикация ТО на P5.
On PO5 panel, I have indication TO, which stands for heat exchanger. And this is EV1, confirming a receipt of indicator TO, or heat exchanger. Sergey, how do you read and how do you copy?
Сейчас вас слышу. Повтори, Федор.
Как?
I copy now. What did you say last? I said TO.
Номер 2 тогда.
Okay, we're getting in touch with Gennady. Stand by one, please.
Николаевич,
The International Space Station is currently flying 260 miles above the Earth over the South Pacific, moving to the east of Australia, to the northeast of New Zealand, from northwest to southeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. A good look at the cosmonauts who have just emerged in darkness outside of the Piers docking compartment to begin their spacewalk. The hatch was opened at 9:39 a.m. Central Time to mark the official start of this spacewalk. The 6th spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station this year, the 3rd of 6 Russian spacewalks to be conducted during 2013.
Заработало.
Alexander Mazurkin was first out of the hatch to the Piers docking compartment. He's working right now with Fyodor Yurchikhin, the more experienced of the two spacewalkers, to install a protective ring around the circumference of the hatch to Piers to make sure it is not damaged by any foreign debris during the course of the spacewalk. Yurchikhin will be handing Mazurkin a variety of equipment to set up for the first of the tasks of the spacewalk. Yurchikhin will be working to transfer a lot of hardware over to a Strela boom. There are two such telescoping booms named Strela, the Russian word for arrow, that are attached to the Piers docking compartment. Mazurkin will be the operator at the operator's post of the Strela boom, and Yurchikhin, along with a universal cable carrier and other equipment, will be maneuvered outside of the envelope of the longitudinal axis of the International Space Station's Russian segment, and then moved over to
Very good. And that's when
the forward end of the Russian segment to begin his work, and then will be joined by Mazurkin. So we hopefully will get a good view of Yurchikhin being transported at the end of the Strela boom by Mazurkin a short time from now.
Okay, so I detached it on this side as well.
А теперь там Николай, да? Ну, теперь я сюда назад уйду.
So, Fyodor, do you want to move this way then?
Ваш талон, да?
No, actually, I think I'm going to move out that way, so as to not tangle up in my tether. I think this is perfect.
Я ее взял.
Well, if you say so.
Кабель там, да, я вижу.
Wait, Sasha, wait. Yeah, I see it.
We should be moving into an orbital sunrise about 4.5 minutes from now to improve our view of the two cosmonauts working in tandem. You can see the universal cable carrier, a set of cable reels that house the two power connector cables and the one Ethernet cable being handed out of the hatchway of Piers by Yurchikhin to Mazurkin.
Саша, у тебя камера включена?
Sasha, is your camera on? But of course.
Рассвет через 3 минуты, Сергей.
Sergey, you did tell us yourself that sunrise is not till
Мы видим. Сейчас
in 3 minutes from now. Yeah, but we didn't see anything, but now we're seeing something.
Так, сейчас я кабели здесь заправлю, Саша. Ага.
Okay, Sasha, let me get the cables
Это вот.
this way.
Вот так.
And now our first helmet camera view from Alexander Mazurkin's helmet as he holds on to the universal cable carrier that houses all of the cables that will be rigged during the course of today's spacewalk. Two power connector cables and one Ethernet cable from the Zarya module to the Poisk module. Those cables will involve a lot of intricate and delicate stringing of these cables through a series of handrails and hook points that exist down the Russian segment of the International Space Station. All work in preparation for the launch no earlier than later this year and the arrival of the Russian Nauka multipurpose laboratory module that will replace the Piers docking compartment that was launched back in September of 2001.
Adjustable. And I am secured to the EV ladder, Sergey, and ready to egress. Copy.
Так. Сейчас, Саш, я переступлю.
Sasha, let me swap my tethers. Take your time, Fyodor. No rush.
ГСТМ у нас с другой стороны.
Okay, so
Вниз идти.
the Strela operator post GSM is on our other side.
Так.
Yes, Fyodor, that's right. Okay, so the short one. And adjustable.
Так, я тогда вниз уйду.
How about if I go down below,
Один фал.
and then I'll take one tether and attach it to the large carrier? Okay, and I can actually hand it over to you, Fyodor.
Взял. Взяли. Ну вы как
I got it.
фиксируете?
Copy, you got it.
Я подойду.
All right, and once you have it all secured and attached and everything, I can start moving towards you. Just let me know when you're ready. Okay?
Так, зафиксировал. Можно еще дать?
Okay, and this is a fix.
Я сейчас короткий свой, он, видишь, да?
And I have the short tether here also. Yeah, I see it, Fyodor.
В принципе, у нас все есть.
I think you have everything you need.
Почему мне Господь не дал длинные руки, да?
Why wasn't I blessed with longer arms?
Красивых. Так, а это вот. Так. И уклад.
Alrighty, and the carrier.
Сейчас я ее поближе к ГСТМ.
Let me actually attach it to the Strela operator post. GSM.
Угу. Сейчас я поближе сам перейду на ту сторону, чтобы тебе дорогу освободить.
Alright, let me actually cross the street so that I can clear out of your way, Sasha.
Так, я укладку.
And I have the carrier with me.
Ну, в принципе, я у ГСТМ, Саша.
And I'm right next to GSM Strela operator post, Sasha. Yes, Fyodor, thank you, I can see that.
СКК.
Да, СКК рядом.
Right, and you should SKK right next to you.
Федор Мелович, вам, наверное, надо перейти на ту сторону стрелы.
Fyodor, I'm pretty sure you're on the wrong side of Strela. You need to be on the other side.
Знаешь, с этой стороны это поруч.
Yes, I know, but on this side, there is no more handrails.
Есть, да?
There's a gap spinner, however.
вот что не вылечишь уже.
So probably that would be a good tether point for me.
Если вам удобно, потом там такие важные узел надо будет развернуть по...
Yeah, and so there, if it is convenient for you later on when you get to it, you'll probably need to rotate the grapple fixture along its axis. Mm-hmm.
Да. Давайте теперь я.
Great, Sasha, I'm here.
Вам бы ее как-нибудь... Сейчас я смотрю, ее надо...
Федор, посмотри, в каком положении ручка.
Further, could you check the grapple fixture handle position, please?
Она должна быть в среднем положении.
It should be in the intermediate position.
Мне вначале сам узел надо...
Sergey, I need to rotate the grapple fixture first because it's
Хорошо.
90 degrees
Ручка такая, рукоятка, ее надо опустить,
off.
тогда свободно будет брать.
Right. Well, there is a handle. In order for you to do that, you need to pull it down and then rotate it.
Так, а вот похоже на...
Further.
Федор, открытый полный, средний...
And Sergey, I can confirm it's in the intermediate position. You need to move it to intermediate position.
Да, среднее положение.
Yes. It's intermediate position. I can confirm that. Who called me?
Температура в все-таки очень низкая, 86 градусов.
Further.
Потеплее.
Your LCG temperature is very low. It's 8.6 degrees. That's way too cold.
Очень низко.
Okay, I'm comfortable. If you're okay with it, I'd like to keep it that way for some time, and we'll check back with you, okay? That's fine, Fyodor, but be careful because 8 degrees is very low.
Я ее пока перестегнул поближе, сейчас...
Okay, I'll get closer. I'll attach the hook closer.
Сейчас я тогда вот этот конец укапаю.
I'll get this end of the ukape.
Дело в том, что как раз вот...
Matter
узел...
is that particular unit is on my side.
This is Mission Control Houston, just 20 minutes into today's spacewalk by Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin. This view from Mazurkin's helmet camera as he begins to set up the bundle of equipment on a universal cable carrier that basically is a series of reels housing 2 power cables and an Ethernet cable that will be strung between the Zarya module and the Poisk module during the course of today's spacewalk for the future arrival of the multi-purpose laboratory module that the Russians will launch on a Proton rocket.
And get started.
They are securing these bundles of equipment along with connector patch panels and gap spanners to the end effector of the 46-foot-long telescoping Strela boom that Fyodor Yurchikhin will mount and ride all the way out to the forward end of the Russian segment of the International Space Station a short time from now, along with all of that equipment to begin setting it up for the rigging of those cables.
Что? И вверх вижу.
Yes, I see it.
Вверх чего?
I see the top of which, well, I have an additional top.
Да.
Oh, that's what it is.
Ах, ты в таком смысле. Так, ну вот я где-то здесь.
Федор,
Fyodor? Yes.
там на такелажном узле есть так называемый блокиратор.
On the grapple fixture, there's a
Помнишь, в чем?
blocking device. Do you see? Do you remember?
Ты какой имеешь в виду?
This is sort of a locking part of the grapple.
Нет, основной это у тебя рукоятка.
No, the prime is the handle. There's a lock.
Ручку в закрытое положение.
When you move the handle into the closed position,
Затвора.
there's something like a latch next to it. It's the locking unit of the grapple fixture. Right now it's in the open position.
В открытом.
It should be in the open position, and when you close the handle, then you're going to move it in the closed position. This is an additional safety feature. Okay.
Так, Федор,
Федор Николаевич.
вот если ты да, вот этот
Oh, can you move this one over? Okay, I got it.
Угу. Иди, дорогой. Лампочка здесь. Сейчас приближи клиента.
Inaudible. Okay, hold on.
Так. Сейчас.
Саш,
Говорите, куда вам подать?
Oh, could you give instructions? How do you want me to hand it out?
Вот так, обожжу.
Vertically? Oh, keep
Сейчас.
giving it out.
Карабин фиксации.
The hook attaching the end.
Шарик, да, внутри.
Did it go in? Yes, the
Попробую.
ball is inside. I will try to secure it.
Вытаскивается?
Are you able to pull it out?
Ну вот.
No.
Не ушел. Сейчас потанцуем на нем.
Okay, let's dance on it a little.
Собственно, насколько он туда еще должен войти?
Well, how much deeper should it go in?
Федор, посмотри,
Fyodor,
у нас ручка
take a look. The handle should go into position
прилет туда.
closer to Strela
Положение закрыто.
and to the closed position.
Влево его надо повернуть.
You need to rotate it to the left.
Еще раз закрывай.
Fyodor Nikolaevich, close again. Close it again.
Вот, сейчас.
Okay.
A Russian spacewalk, ensuring that the proper hatches are closed in the highly unlikely event that the two spacewalkers, in this case Yurchikhin and Mazurkin, could not return to the safety of the Pirs docking compartment and then into the International Space Station following their spacewalk.
I secured it. Okay, give this one to me.
Yurchikhin is currently working to transfer several bundles of spacewalking equipment to affix them to an end effector at the end of a 46-foot-long boom called the Strela boom, one of two such transportation devices that are mounted on the Pirs docking compartment that will enable Yurchikhin to be maneuvered at the end of that Strela boom by Mazurkin, who will be operating from an operator's post, essentially with a hand crank that will maneuver the Strela boom to a position over to a work site at the forward end of the Russian segment of the International Space Station, so that Yurchikhin will be able to then set up the equipment for the start of the rigging of these cables. You can see in this animation that Mazurkin working from the operator's post and Yurchikin mounting the Strela boom itself will be maneuvered to the outboard end of the Russian segment to begin his work. Again, these Strela booms were attached to the Pirs docking compartment after it arrived at the International Space Station as an airlock for Russian spacewalks in September of 2001.
Adjustable length feather.
And now back with television, looking out of the helmet camera mounted on Alexander Mazurkin's helmet on his Russian Orlan spacesuit. Mazurkin wearing the suit bearing the blue stripes as EV2, or extra-vehicular crew member number 2 today. Fyodor Yurchikin, conducting the 7th spacewalk of his career, is wearing the suit bearing the red stripes.
Go ahead. Okay, I copy. I understand. I'm going to remind it to you just in case. Okay, thank you. Did you get it? Yes, we're done. Okay, this is the ring. Okay, I'm going to translate towards the ring. Okay, did you secure Ukapa? Okay, I have the reel. Can we do it? I'm going to move it as far as possible to the ring. It is on the ring? Yes. I'm going to move the second one to the ring as well. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, hold on there. That's it. 2 on different handrails. I have information for Gennady Sergeyevich. Then when the message went through, oxygen pressure is 388. It can't be lower. Okay, they're analyzing the situation. Do you want me to secure this as well? Yes, please. Okay, can it reach that far? Yes, I got it. I'm going to secure the ring. Okay. Okay, I am attached to the ring, Sergey. I have 1 kiss. Copy, Sasha. Fyodor Nikolaevich, is it working fine? Yes, it looks fine. Okay, I'm going to start moving slowly. Okay. Go ahead, Sasha. And if we agreed near the antenna, can you translate to 6002? If not, then you can translate away right away. Okay. Can you lift your feet? Do you see it on the right? Yes, I do. Yes, I'm still hanging here. I'm going to take your short tether.
A little more than 30 minutes into the spacewalk and right on the timeline,
Great.
Alexander Mazurkin is transferring one of the bundles of EVA hardware, spacewalking tools and equipment to be installed on the Russian segment of the station today. That stowage is taking place along the Strela boom that Fyodor Yurchikhin will be riding on to the outboard end of the Russian segment of the International Space Station a short time from now.
Right, it's going to start dropping slowly.
Я тоже, понимаете?
Okay.
Так, на паховой мишень я обошел.
I have translated around the target on Pajao, and I took the kit around. Copy.
Все нормально у тебя пока, Сэс.
Thus, everything is nominal.
Федор полностью перестраховал стрелу.
Я полностью
Did you secure to Strela? Yes, I have OKP. I'm fully secured to Strela,
отстыковать от...
and I need just to release it from the handrail. Okay, copy.
Ну вот, я подошел к удлинительному.
I am currently at the extension joint,
И вон она внизу антенна.
Так,
and here's the antenna below.
да, и вот она внизу антенна. Сейчас, я еще сделаю, я зафиксирую.
I'm going to secure the hook here. Okay, fine.
Есть кольцо.
We have I have the hook attached.
Давайте я попробую.
Let me try to translate to 6020.
Если чувствуешь, что
Okay, try Sasha. If you feel something is wrong, then you can move out of there right away. Okay.
Да, Николаевич, я вижу.
Translating to the left. Yes, I see piloting. I see. Let me translate over here.
принято.
Copy.
Once again, Fyodor Yurchikhin, who is located at the bottom of your screen, is setting up all of the equipment, the universal cable carrier that is comprised of 2 reels of cables, of power cables and an Ethernet cable to be strung from the Zarya module to the Poisk module of the International Space Station in preparation for the arrival later this year at the earliest of the new multipurpose laboratory module, a huge module that will serve both as a scientific laboratory, a docking port, and an airlock for future Russian EVAs, replacing the Pirs docking compartment that you see at the top of your screen. Near the Pirs hatch is Alexander Mazurkin, who is currently working at the operator's post of this 46-foot-long Strela boom, and who will be maneuvering that boom with Yurchikhin affixed at the end of it over to the first work site for today's installations.
Сергей Сергеевич, как слышала?
Sergey Sergeyevich, how is it? I did not copy. Please repeat.
Значит,
Inaudible.
в нижней
At the bottom left,
надпись «Расход О2», ну, РАС.О2.
it says decimal 2, flow rate decimal 2. It comes up and then it goes away. Well, especially does it remain? Well, it's always there. The bottom. At the bottom line, it's the message that O2 is how it could happen if the pressure in the oxygen tank went up for a short period of time. It's going to recalculate the projected O2 flow rate. Does it show right now the pressure in your prime oxygen bottle? Yes, of course, 381 atmospheres. That is nominal. Speaking simultaneously. The one at the bottom.
Хорошо.
It's fine.
Так, Сергеевич, значит, укладка.
So, the kit is secured, the bundle is secured.
08, один карабин.
Secured to the handrail.
На поручне 60.
The second hook is securing it to handrail 6019. Copy.
Я иду на пост оператора.
And I'm going to translate to the operator. Both.
Так, одним карабином я на стреле.
One hook. One of my hooks is attached to the trailer. Copy, we see that, Sasha. And my second hook is on Strela. We see that, copy all.
Федор Николаевич, не холодно?
Fedor Nikolaevich, are you cold? No. How is the breathing? Breathing is going well.
Ребят, вам для
Guys, for your information,
часа. Я думаю, перемещаться
we have
в полном свете.
30 minutes until the eclipse. We're going to perform the translation during the insulated part. Would like to
Не будем гадать, у нас есть.
get there. Okay, we can make it, I think. Yeah, let's try not to
Принято.
try to predict things. Okay, the hook is secured. Copy.
Я на посту оператора.
Принято.
I'm at the operator post. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 43 minutes into the spacewalk by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin. A good view from Mazurkin's helmet camera as he is at the operator's post at the base of the 46-foot-long Strela boom that he shortly will be maneuvering through a hand crank device to reposition Fyodor Yurchikhin, who's at the end of that Strela boom, along with a variety of equipment, over to the forward end of the Russian segment of the International Space Station for the rigging, the start of the rigging of cables, 2 power cables and an Ethernet cable that will be strung through a very circuitous route along a series of handrails on the Russian segment from the Zarya module to the Poisk module of the International Space Station.
Okay, that's good. Okay, then we're going to go.
Да, принято.
Okay, copy all.
Саш, напоминаю.
I wanted to remind you, you're going to go to the right.
Один оборот за 2 секунды.
Slowly, 1 revolution in 2 seconds. I'm going to even do it slower. Yes, I see that. It's nominal. He's afraid I'm going to
Свое время.
get motion sickness.
Знаешь, как было весело у нас здесь супер?
You know,
Когда Муса говорит Афанасию, ну что ты там
when
висишь?
Musta was telling to Afanasyev, why are you screaming over there? It was fun down here in Mission Control. And then what's going on?
Федор Николаевич, вместо обзора...
Fyodor Nikolaevich, I don't have a good view.
Подсказывайте, хорошо? Конечно. По камерам...
So give me information. Okay, so far it looks good. How far should we go? At 45? Yes, 45.
Slowly turning that hand crank at the operator's post of the Russian Strela telescoping boom. Fyodor Yurchikhin taking a ride to the transfer end of the
Turn around.
Zarya module of the International Space Station, along with a variety of equipment, including a universal cable carrier, 2 huge reels of cables, power cables, and an Ethernet cable to be rigged between Zarya and the Poisk module of the International Space Station.
Нам же теперь на ту сторону ФГБ, правильно?
We need to translate to that other end of FGB. Yes, correct. Along the FGB axis. Okay,
Давай, Саш.
go ahead, Sasha.
Батарея обойти.
If we need to bypass the battery, the solar array, then I'm going to let you know. Okay.
Пока нет движения. Сейчас, Николаевич, я тут...
So far, nothing happening. Okay.
А представляешь, у тебя кнопочка была?
Can you imagine if you had a button?
Ой,
Button?
кнопочка это...
Button would be so cool.
Так, я...
I am ready.
Поехали?
Shall we go?
Браво.
Going to the right slowly.
Да, пошли.
Just moving.
Сереж, а у нас
Впечатляет, как картинка.
Daughter,
впечатляет, но нам надо...
Is the picture impressive? Yes, it's impressive. We need to go further up, though, in order to bypass the FGB solar array.
Ну, тебе сейчас
Хорошо, Николай.
Okay.
всем остальным видно.
Well, you be the judge. You have the best view of everyone involved.
Окей. Ну что, притормаживай.
Should I slow down? Yes, slow down. Okay, got it.
И вверх. И вверх, малюха.
And a little bit up.
Вы там увидите, Николаевич?
Do you see it, Peter Nikolaevich? Yes.
Я как раз на них смотрю, на батарею. Отлично.
I'm looking at the solar rays. That's great.
Отлично.
Great.
Еще чуть-чуть.
A little bit more.
Это самое. СТР
Do you see the
Так,
US SR panel?
Стоп. Да.
Inaudible.
Оп. Есть. Продолжаем
I
разговор.
got it. Should we continue the discussion? Okay.
Ну хорошо, поехали.
Okay, good. Keep going.
Видишь, она поднялась.
You see, it went up and down.
Николаевич, вижу,
You know, I can detect that.
поэтому рассчитываю на вашу
So
предоставление.
I rely totally on you. Absolutely.
Проходим.
Are we getting through? Yes, we are.
Саш, вот секундочку, подними сюда фильтр,
Alexander, can you take a look at me?
Отлично выглядишь.
Okay, you look great. You look perfect.
Сейчас в краску.
Thank you. I don't want to blush.
В космосе все черно кругом.
Just looks like you're in space. Everything is black around you.
Петр Николаевич, как там? Нормально?
Peter, how about velocity here? That seems good. You can probably
Нет, Саш, нет, я же тебе говорю.
speed up a little bit, but it feels great.
Так,
Okay?
теперь потихонечку опускаем.
Now let's go down somewhat.
Нет, дальше еще.
No, a little bit. Continue a little further. A little further.
Да, едем.
Just a tad.
В это обратно.
Okay.
Нет, я ручку просто сломал спор. Так. Проходим. Так. Теперь опускаем.
Now we go down.
Опускаем, хорошо.
Looks good. Keep going.
For Alexander Mazurkin, it's got to be a breathtaking view as the International Space Station flies 260 miles over Morocco, not far actually from Casablanca as we speak.
Starboard, starboard.
This excellent view of Fyodor Yurchikhin at the end of the Strela boom with the universal cable carrier, this series of cable reels with 2 power connecting cables and 1 Ethernet cable to be rigged between the Poisk module and the Zarya module for the future arrival of the multipurpose laboratory module, the replacement for Pirs, to be launched no earlier than the end of the year on a Russian Proton rocket.
Keep going starboard. Okay, let me take a look at you. Okay. Now down. Let's keep down.
The International Space Station is flying in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator from southwest to northeast, soon to cross the northern coast of Africa and the Mediterranean on this particular orbit of the Earth.
Саша, я прямо по курсу Гибралтар.
Aiming at Gibraltar.
Я как раз стою тут, мы с вами прочитали, думаю, ёшкин крошкин. Ты пил? А? Ты пил? Почему пил? Ну, никто, ты пил? Нет, не пил. А, пил? Не пил. Скажи Гибралтар. Вот
Incomprehensible.
так, стоп. Саш,
Okay, we'll stop here.
пускай она успокоится.
Let it calm down some.
Потихонечку выдвигать.
And then I will start retraction slowly. We'll get my position first.
Что? Я в другую сторону разворачиваюсь.
I'm turning the opposite direction.
Ну, придется вот так вот.
Like this.
А, как вы будете за поручень туда хватать?
And how are you going to reach the handrail?
Тогда подождите чуть-чуть. Да, я подожду, конечно. Ну, вот так пока.
Like this, I think.
Батарею видел. Ага, и там пару. Батарею я
I can see the array.
видишь, да? Да. И вас я сейчас
And I can observe you very well as well.
выдвигайте, там что-то. Все, давай, выдвигай. Я сейчас все хорошо вижу.
Федор, помнишь, едем до поручня 1050.
Handrail
Да.
1050, remember that.
Once Yurchikhin has finished his transit to the correct location at the forward end of the Zarya module, the Strela boom will be berthed to a handrail, after which he will remove the cradle upon which his equipment is housed.
Inaudible.
And then we'll begin to unstow that equipment, soon thereafter to be joined by Alexander Mazurkin to begin the rather lengthy process of beginning to string those power cables between the Zarya module and the Poisk module, which is mated to the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Федор Николаевич, характерный ориентир, когда складывать будет.
Fyodor,
Вот если сидеть на краю стрелы, грубо говоря, подо мной должен быть обрез большого диаметра.
I think the large diameter of peggle will need to be behind, below me
Допустим, если
after
там обратно, понимаете, насколько стягивать. Так.
retraction. Is that correct? I just want to know at what time we should do that.
Я сейчас буду вас вниз опускать, когда ставил вниз опускай, это тебе влево, наверное, да? Это
I think I should go port.
Так, давай, говори. Когда она была сложена, что было под вами? Если я там буду, нас стягивать. СКК. СКК, да?
SKK should be right underneath you, I think.
Нет, Федор, он тебя спрашивает на ту реперную точку на ФГБ.
He is asking what will be the reference point on FGB. Actually, that was his question.
СМ ШАО, ЕМ, вот движение. Так, а она начинает опять складываться, видишь?
I think it will be SM.
Сильно? Да, ничего страшного.
Should we go down now? Yes, we do.
А потом еще раз выкинем, если надо. Ладно.
Stop here.
Стоп. Стоп. А видишь, как она идет?
You see the position, right?
Теперь давай вправо.
Go starboard.
Тебе, наверное. Ага.
Reference to FGB.
На несколько секунд.
Stop here.
И теперь начинаешь выдвигать. Понял?
Now
50, это
you can start retraction.
сантиметров еще. Выдвигать вы умеете.
Okay.
Ребят, 10 минут до тени.
10 minutes till eclipse. Yes. Copy.
Николаевич, вы там скажете, когда стоп?
You tell me when I should stop, right? Yes, I will.
Еще чуть-чуть, Саш. Ага.
Little more.
Все, стоп.
Okay, stop here.
И давай потихонечку вниз.
Fyodor Yurchikhin continuing to work in tandem with Alexander Mazurkin, who has been operating a hand crank at the operator's post or the base of the 46-foot-long Strela telescoping boom used to transport Russian cosmonauts and cargo from one location to another about the Russian segment of the International Space Station during spacewalks. This is the 7th spacewalk in the career of Fyodor Yurchikhin, the first of which was conducted back in May of 2007 with Oleg Kotov during the Expedition 15 mission. Kotov is preparing for his launch out of the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on the Soyuz TMA-10 spacecraft, 10M spacecraft, along with Mike Hopkins and Sergei Ryazanskiy on September 25th U.S. time, September 26th Baikonur time, to begin their 5.5-month mission aboard the International Space Station. It will be Yurchikhin who will be handing off command to Kotov as the Expedition 38 crew member in November of this year. Yurchikhin will soon become the commander of the International Space Station, taking a handoff from Pavel Vinogradov in September, when Vinogradov, Chris Cassidy, and Mazurkin are preparing to return to Earth in their Soyuz vehicle.
Вот это мы сейчас на угловой разговариваем.
Давно остановился уже Николаевич. Определенной длины фалом зацепился.
Adjustable long tether.
We've passed the 1 hour mark in today's spacewalk that began with the opening of the hatch to the Piers docking compartment at 9:39 a.m. Central Time to begin the 172nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance. Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin made their way out of the Piers airlock hatch in very swift fashion. They collected all of the equipment to be deployed and rigged during the course of today's excursion outside of the Piers docking compartment. Yurchikhin is in the process of making his arrival at the transfer compartment end, or the forward end, of the Zarya module of the International Space Station, the first element of the station that was launched almost 15 years ago, back on November 20th, 1998. This animated clip depicts how Yurchikhin was moved over to the Zarya module from the vicinity of the Zvezda service module and the Piers docking compartment, and then basically telescoped down the length of the Zarya module to the forward end, where he will secure the Strela boom on a handrail and begin to unload the equipment that predominantly includes 2 large reels of power cables and an Ethernet cable, as well as an experiment package called Venislavast, a suite of material science experiments that will be mounted on the hull of the Poisk module during today's spacewalk.
Alexander,
Ну, имею в виду, потому что Федор тебе
Fyodor cannot see you.
все свои действия с нами.
Coordinate all the actions with us. Yes?
Перехожу со стрелы на...
Потому что кино у нас нет.
I'm moving away from Strela.
Перехожу со стрелы на поручень 60-30.
6035 is my next handrail. After that, 6025.
Я около тебя под правой рукой.
Хорошо, Владимир, спасибо.
Саш, ты нам тоже
Alexander,
его видишь
you can see him quite well, so you'll be helping us.
Буквально 20 сантиметров.
It's about 20 centimeters away from me, but we cannot see it.
на тебя тоже
So we also rely on you here.
Так.
10, да.
Федор Николаевич, вы там как?
Fyodor, how are you doing? I'm doing good. Secured. Going to the thermal adapter.
Ребят, минут через 5 тень.
We'll have eclipse in about 5 minutes. Okay.
Я вот здесь прямо за якорем.
Да, я понял,
Unintelligible.
Я на поручне 60-20.
I am on handrail 6025. Copy, Sasha.
Так, а я около поручня 10-31.
And I'm next to 1031. Copy, Fyodor.
Сейчас оглянусь
I will look around me
и, наверное, схожу за...
and we'll continue.
И 13.
1306 and 1310 and next.
Давай без держателей, да. Просто пройдись туда, посмотри.
Just go and check
06, 13, 10.
06 and 1310. Okay, I will.
Говорю маршрут. Ага,
Okay.
знакомый.
Looks familiar.
13.03 прям.
1303 is right in front of me. Copy.
Так, у КП, может быть, у КП притянуть, потому что стрела болтается.
Maybe I should adjust to KP because стрела is wobbly.
Разверни УКП
Yes.
в сторону гермоадаптера, там третий блок,
Probably on the third plane by a thermal adapter.
второй конец. Для начала. А потом уже в балку пойдем.
And then we'll continue on the adapter.
Да. Наверное, у КП еще зацепить, и будет вообще хорошо. С одним концом за конструкцию. Сейчас так и сделаю.
I will do that. I will adjust to KP first.
Так, Сергеевич, я на 60-19.
And Sergey, I'm at 6019, says Alexander. Copy.
Итак, зафиксировался на 60-18, 60.
1618, 1619. My handrails for attachment. And I have a nose levers here. Arkansas 6007. Okay, Alexander, keep going.
Сейчас тень наступит.
Will be eclipse right now.
Ребят, как по
How are you
самочувствию
feeling there?
насчет отдыха?
Maybe you should rest. I think we are doing good.
Ну давайте по
Just,
самочувствию.
да, вот assess yourself.
Часть работы еще выполнена,
Maybe
все-таки минут 5
you'll do some more work and take a breather for about 5 minutes. Agreed. Agreed.
Саша, вот еще 15 сантиметров.
Alexander, I need 15 more centimeters port.
А я сейчас подойду половину.
I'll get there.
Сейчас возьму взрослый.
I will just grab the Noslevast unit and I'll be there.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 13 minutes into the spacewalk. Fyodor Yurchikhin has exited the Strela-boom that he rode on to be transported from the Piers docking compartment to the forward end of the Zarya module a short time ago. Alexander Mazurkin, his spacewalking colleague, used a hand crank at the operator's post, or the base of this Strela-boom, to maneuver Yurchikhin over to the first work site. Mazurkin now is working to install the Vinoslavost experiment panel. Vinoslavost is the Russian word for endurance. the next in a series of such panels that have been installed on the hull of the Russian segment of the International Space Station with suites of material science experiments to measure the effect of microgravity on such experiment packages. While this is taking place, Mazurkin also then will be installing a gap spanner, which is essentially a relay mechanism that connects, that provides a path of connection to transport spacewalking hardware from one module to another. The first in this gap spanner series is being attached from the Poisk module to the Zvezda module. A second gap spanner will be installed between the Poisk module and the Zarya module, all of this to facilitate the transport of equipment from one module to another for future spacewalking tasks.
I'm around about 1306. Okay, just look around and tell us what you can see.
Сейчас я подстрелил здесь стану. Значит, держатель-направляющий кабель.
So I have a cable holder.
Хорошо, Федор,
Он там смотрит в сторону конструкции. Ну, во-первых, 13,06 болтается. Он люфтит где-то градусов 10.
About 10 to 15 degrees loose.
Я не знаю. Потом я понимаю, почему вот упор один, вон упор второй. Вот они...
And I understand that...
Как тебе сказать? Если... я вспомнил, почему...
I remember why the configuration is like this. If we attach it the way it's supposed to, we should be like watching at straight at compass antenna. I can rotate only the one that is near the structure by 90 degrees again. Or I can deploy the cable holder in this way.
Кабель. Хотя можно на 90 градусов его повернуть.
Or maybe I can just rotate it.
Он четко ляжет между компассом.
And it will just sit in between compass and the structure, and it will stay here. And I can do it right now. I can try. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Okay.
То есть на 90 градусов...
90 degrees towards me, then. I will attach it here.
Вот, но то, что здесь конструкция гуляет...
And the structure is wobbling, of course. Yeah, we will be looking into this. This is not so good. Fyodor, Gennady wanted to talk to you now. Fyodor, check the display. Do you have indication for the backup pump? And which switch do you have on? I have the main pump on.
Резервный отключен. То есть у меня отключен резервный насос, резервный вентилятор отключены. Стоит автомат, автоном, две основные насосы.
We have automatic mode and the main pump on.
Что, ты отключи основной насос и включи...
How about you turn off the main pump and activate the backup pump? Would that be all right?
Основной отключил. Резервный включил.
So I have done that.
Спасибо.
Copy.
Основным.
Пускай отключен пока.
And the main pump should stay off for now. Okay, sounds good.
Видим, как ты поставил панель.
Alexander, we can see how you installed the panel. Okay.
Сейчас я только закручу маленько.
I will secure it some more. No hurry. Everything is going fine, time-wise. You are ahead, in fact.
This is Mission Control Houston, a view out of the helmet camera from Alexander Mazurkin in his second spacewalk. Joined by Fyodor Yurchikhin in the seventh spacewalk of his career, the spacewalking duo exiting the Piers docking compartment, opening the hatch at 9:39 a.m. Central Time to begin their excursion, which is now almost 1 hour, 20 minutes long. Mazurkin is in the process of rigging the Venoslavost experiment panel package to a handrail on the Poisk module. This experiment package, the latest in a series of such material science experiments, the first two panels of which were installed during a Russian spacewalk in February of 2012 during Expedition 30 by cosmonauts Oleg Kononenko and Anton Shkaplerov. The first of those two initial Venoslavost panels was retrieved by cosmonauts Roman Romanenko and Pavel Vinogradov during a spacewalk back in April. Vinogradov, however, lost his grasp on that experiment panel and it floated away, unfortunately. The second of those two experiment panels successfully retrieved by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin during their last spacewalk together back in June. And with Mazurkin having removed his tether from the Venoslavost experiment, that now has been mounted to the handrail on the Poisk module, so that task is now complete.
Serежа,
Слушаю.
Go ahead.
Слушаю.
Вот если я разверну,
If I rotated it by 90 degrees,
то вот
then look here, then
кабель
the cable will be routed pretty close to compass,
Но это же будет ниже антенны.
but that would be below antenna.
лев
No,
между
that would be between the antenna and the rack
Ну
and the
нормально.
support.
У нас есть добро. Надо
Okay,
провести.
we have a go to route the cable right here. So you want me to leave it like this?
второй
Yes.
нельзя сделать, да, повернуть,
Okay, what a,
потому что
I cannot rotate the second one because
там трубы, трубопровод.
it is against the structure and the pipeline is sticking out right in that spot. Okay, let us think of something.
То есть оставлять
So you want me to leave it like this, right?
Сейчас, Федор, секундочку.
Stand by further. Just 1 second.
Секундочку. Федор, смотри.
Even though the second one, well, further,
к нему повернуто, будет все нормально.
if I'll turn towards it, then it will be okay for photo shoot.
Поруч.
What if you will reinstall it onto the next handrail?
А
13:05.
там еще хуже.
1205.
13:07.
No, 1307. 1307. So you think it would be worse, right? Yeah, yes.
Там вообще. Ну давай я вот вторую тоже на 90.
Let me rotate the second one by 90 degrees as well.
Если надо будет еще раз.
And during the routing, if required, we'll just rotate it back again. Okay.
Руки только затяну,
I will tighten it by hand for now. Okay.
13.
Please remember, 1306. I need to release it from that one.
Я записал себе.
I wrote it down for myself. Okay.
Я затягивал.
It was me who tightened it before.
Без ключей не снимешь.
You know, it's hard to tighten without the wrench.
Сергей,
Sergey,
я устанавливаю
I'm installing the mounting plate
на поручень 60.
on 6017 handrail. Yes, that's correct.
Сплошной фон.
Guys, all we hear is noise.
Не, я
What did you say, Sasha? No, the only thing I said that I'm installing FT1 on 617. Okay, great. Copy all.
теперь скажи
Now tell me, please,
кабели, которые
the cables
здесь
that are already routed here,
они сбоку от двух этих прошли.
were they
Между ними.
on the side,
Которые проложены,
or
должны быть между.
are they supposed to be in between? No, they're supposed to be in between, and that's where we'll be routing the Ethernet cable as well.
Между ногами.
Between two supports, yes. Okay.
Да, но
Yes,
он
but
и кабель где-то
when I rotate it, then
от поверхности.
the cable will be about 15 centimeters away from the FGP surface.
С одной стороны идти вдоль панели НХР.
Well, on the one side, it's supposed to be on the panel of the breakout box. MKR. Okay. Now I've tightened it by hand. That's fine.
Так, 13.06.
Okay. We are now done with 1306.
Давай с ним разберемся.
Now let's go to 1310, correct?
Тогда после этих я тогда
Then
на еще держателя установлю.
I can install two more pairs, right?
Все-таки лучше
Well,
будет
Fyodor,
запорой закрепить.
you will have to translate and pick up the support
Кое-чего
and
наделал.
secure the beam because Sasha also did a few steps.
Параллельно.
Okay, so I believe you'll be doing it in parallel.
Чтобы ты просто понимал,
Just for your understanding,
потому что два места фиксации.
there are two attachment points.
Я понял.
That I understand, Fyodor, but
Будем ставить.
we will be installing the supports. Okay. Okay, I agree. Sergey Sergeyevich,
Фиксирующая плата первая стоит.
the mounting plate number 1 is installed. Yes, I can see it. That's good. Here, the second support is without latch, and so it's kind of wobbly. It's free. Exactly. It only has one attachment point. The second one is just a screw. Okay, it will not go anywhere. I agree.
Если сможешь, замок подтяни.
If possible, tighten up the latch.
Замок вы имеете в виду...
By latch, you mean the latch of the plate? Yes.
Конечно.
Of course.
Как самочувствие вообще у обоих?
How do you feel, guys, both of you?
Нормально.
We are fine, in working spirit.
Принято.
Very good. Okay, it's tightened.
Принято.
Copy. Now 13:10.
От 13:06. Понятно.
We were doing it for 13:06. Sergey, we need to swap them now. Fyodor,
Сразу.
Да. Все понял.
let's do it right away, okay? Okay.
А почему Николай что там записал?
And why? What's the problem, Fyodor?
Трудно сказать.
It's hard to say, Serежа.
Саш,
Sasha,
это мы завтра обсудим.
you know what? We'll discuss it tomorrow.
Я все понял, Федор понял тоже.
I understood and Fyodor understood. Okay.
Так, я ставлю тогда фиксирующую
Okay.
плату. Вторую.
I'm installing the mountain plate number 2 on 619. Okay.
Саш, а вот может быть
Саша?
мы все-таки сначала
Maybe
укладку
we shall install the kit first. I mean the cable
на 18
bundle
Кузернет?
Да.
on handrail number 18.
Да, вообще без проблем.
No problem? No, wait a minute. Let's talk about the sequence.
Она же не
It will not
пока я
get installed until I remove
фиксирую.
the mountain plate.
Ну хорошо, давай тогда
Okay.
ставим вторую фиксирующую плату и
Let's install the second plate
этот барабан.
and then this reel, but
Вставлять.
make sure that we will not have to swap it later. There should be enough room there. Please pay close attention. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. A little over an hour and a half into today's spacewalk by Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin. The two cosmonauts are working in the neighborhood of the Zarya and Poisk modules on the Russian segment of the International Space Station. The Vyacheslav experiment panel has been installed on the hull of Poisk on a handrail. The crew now working in tandem to set up and connect a pair of patch panels for future connectors that will mate a variety of cables between the new multi-purpose laboratory module yet to be launched by the Russians from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, and other power and Ethernet cables that are being rigged during the course of today's spacewalk, and which will be extended even further throughout the Russian segment of the station on future Russian excursions outside. You may hear a reference during the spacewalk coverage today to fare leads. These are devices that essentially are used to properly route these cables both above and below the handrail sequences on the outside of the Russian modules of the International Space Station. After your chicken and Mazurkin complete today's spacewalk and the installation of these power and Ethernet cables between the Zarya and Poisk modules and two gap spanners between the Poisk, one of which will go between Poisk and Zarya, the other between Poisk and the Zvezda service module, gap spanners being the devices that are used to transport equipment and crew members between points of entry between the modules themselves on the Russian segment of the station. Once this is all complete, they will spend a portion of their weekend reviewing the work that they have done and preparing for a debriefing with Russian spacewalk specialists on Monday, at which time they will immediately begin to recharge the batteries in their Russian Orlan spacesuits and review procedures and timelines for the next spacewalk they will take just 6 days from now, next Thursday, at which time they will replace a laser communications experiment on the outside of the Zvezda service module with a swiveling platform upon which a small optical telescope will be mounted on a future excursion, as well as the removal of a docking target from the docking assembly on the docking port, if you will, to the Pirs docking compartment itself.
Okay, and also, I believe that cables here must be in between the holders. Is that correct? Yes. The entire route of the Ethernet cables is running between the holders. Oh, well, I'm not so sure it can be done all the way. Say it again. There is one drum clip here, or is it for Fairlead? Okay. Okay, I've installed it. Okay. No, I didn't do it right. Let me redo it. Okay.
Сергей.
Sergey?
Я тогда с карабинами, которыми мы транспортировали.
Then I will use the tethers used for transporting the reel. I will just leave them on the same handrail, which is 60-18. You know what? You'll be back, and then you'll pick them up. You're right. No. Actually, yes, we could do that. Well, they're bundled up. Okay, if so, then they can stay there. Okay. We will take a note that we'll have -1 inside when we go inside. Okay. Okay, I'm done with 1310. Copy, Fedor. Okay, now. As agreed now. Guys, you are resting now. All the way till sunrise. Can we start resting right now? Yes, right now. We have only 5 minutes left before the sunrise. Very well. Can I tighten it a little bit? Fyodor. Be a good boy, be honest. Just go ahead and take some rest. Well, it will have to be tightened anyway. It's just the cuff is loose. Yes, that will have to be done. Okay. And actually, we'll have to check all of them along the way. But after we install the Ethernet cable, then we'll use the range to tighten all of them. Okay, I hope they're installed exactly as you wanted them to be. Okay, copy. By the way, here in this area, we need to arrange the transfer to the other side. You're talking about next to the frame, yes. Where 1050 is, yes, before the frame. Because there are handles that will help you to transfer to the other side. We'll work on this. Yes, please. Maybe do it one more time in Hydrolab. Talk to the guys. Okay. Now about this support. Next to the frame, you know, it's secured with a wire tie on one side. Yes, I know. The latch was closed, but not really too securely, so it was an addition.
This is Mission Control Houston approaching the 1 hour 45-minute mark into today's spacewalk by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin as they are working on a variety of connections for a pair of patch panels that are being affixed to handrails on the Poisk module of the International Space Station, through which power cables and an Ethernet cable will be strung from Poisk to the Zarya module to begin and continue the work to appropriately disposition all of those cables that will be used ultimately by the multi-purpose laboratory module, a huge laboratory module, docking port, and airlock that will be launched no earlier than the end of the year by the Russians from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on a Proton rocket that will replace the Pirs docking compartment, the venerable Russian airlock for the station that has been aloft since September 2001.
Loose ends were of different lengths. You know, you managed to do it very fast, but this is good cable 1-3.
Фал. 910.
I'm talking about tether 910. Yes.
Просто вот смотри, получается, что, наверное,
You know,
если мы на удавку
it looks like if next time we'll be tying it in a bundle, then
дополнительно, может быть, нитками связать,
probably we should use threads and just
узел не будет.
sew it up. And that way we'll keep the knot intact. But then we'll have to rupture it.
В основном мы,
Yes, but in general,
когда мы на удавку что-то завязываем, мы
when we use this loop to tie something up, we either return it or we forget it. Okay, so now, can we proceed? I think yes. Okay.
Продолжаем разговор.
And we can keep talking. Let's proceed. Let's secure the reel. Copy. Inaudible. Background noise inaudible.
Похоже, не очень хороший.
That's not too good.
Так, интернетовская касса.
Okay, the Ethernet rail is installed, it's secured and locked.
Устанавливаю фал.
Now I'm installing the tether between 6008 and 1503. Okay?
Саш, 1502, да?
Sasha, did you say 1502? Yes, 1502, correction.
Принято.
Okay, copy.
Working very swiftly through the timeline, Yurchikhin and Mazurkin are in the process of routing one of two power cables for the multi-purpose laboratory module. This first of two power cables being routed to a connector patch panel that they installed just a few minutes ago, and stowing the cable appropriately in through this circuitous route of fair leads, essentially devices that will help route the cables to make sure that they are not floating loose or are not securely fastened to the hull of the Zarya module of the International Space Station. The International Space Station and its crew split up into three sets of two crew members apart from one another, Yurchikhin and Mazurkin working outside, of course. Pavel Vinogradov, the station commander, and NASA flight engineer Chris Cassidy isolated in the Poisk module and their Soyuz spacecraft for the day, as the flight rules call for during a Russian spacewalk. And Karen Nyberg and Luca Parmitano of the European Space Agency free to move about the U.S. segment of the International Space Station doing other work today. The 6 crew members currently flying 260 statute miles above the Earth over the South Pacific, about to begin a southwest to northeasterly track that will carry the International Space Station and its half-dozen crew members across the west coast of South America.
The moon is just beautiful.
Я сегодня посмотрел на нее, но уже некогда было сфоткать. Вчера просто пофоткал.
I was looking at it today, admiring it, and I took some photographs yesterday.
Вижу, Саша.
Okay, this is installed. Yes, I can see, Sasha.
Так. Ну что, я, может, быстренько поставлю второй.
Okay, let me install the second tether quickly. Yes, that's what I was going to suggest.
Отлично.
That's great.
To recap today's activities, the hatch was opened to the Piers docking compartment at 9:39 a.m. Central Time. Alexander Mazurkin was first out of the hatch at the start of today's spacewalk, the 172nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance. He was soon there joined by Fyodor Yurchikhin outside of the Piers. The 2 set up tools and equipment, and then made their way to the Strela boom, a 46-foot-long telescoping boom. Yurchikhin carried with him to the end of the Strela boom a universal cable carrier with 2 giant reels of cables for power cables and an Ethernet cable that the crew is in the process of beginning the work to rig between the Poisk module and the Zarya module of the International Space Station. Mazurkin operated the crane through a hand crank at the operator's post at the base of Strela to properly maneuver Yurchikhin into place. You're looking at the crew currently working at the forward end of the Zarya module, where they have set up a pair of connector patch panels and are working now to set up gap spanners. Those are devices that help move equipment from one module to another short distances where literally a gap exists between one module and another on the Russian segment of the station. All of this associated with the deployment and the proper configuration of 2 power cables that will be stretched from the Poisk module, one from the Poisk module to the Zarya module, the other in the opposite direction, that will be used to ultimately rig up the power to the multi-purpose laboratory module that the Russians will launch at no earlier than later this year, that will replace the Piers docking compartment.
Nikolaevich, how are you? Notable. Okay, copy, copy.
Сереж, здесь замок двухсторонний, да?
Sergey?
Подожди, там у нас один барашек отворачивает.
There's only one wing nut that you need to loosen. The second is just base.
Он ее фиксирует просто в этом шарнире.
It's just present in the joint. It's not a part of the lock. Is it the same tightening one?
Там замок просто от руки был затянут.
The lock was tightened by hand.
Ты его полностью отворачиваешь и все, и он снимает.
Okay. You just release it. There is no little pin. Okay. Sergey, what should we do with the old tether?
Отстегивай.
Release the old tether, and we're going to pick it up later.
Там фал переменной длины, они
This is
не помешают.
an adjustable length tether, and that type of tether is always useful on board. That's true. It's an adjustable length tether.
Его можно с собой забрать туда, к посту оператора.
You can pick it up and take it to the operator post.
With the two cosmonauts having completed the installation of these connector patch panels on handrails at the forward end of the Zarya module, Yurchikhin will be collecting this universal cable carrier, the series of reels on which the two power cables and one Ethernet cable are stowed, and will then make his way back to the forward end of Zarya to begin what will be rather laborious work to properly rig on a series of handrails these two power cables between the Zarya module and the Poisk module over the course of the next few hours.
I got it.
Хорошо, принято.
Okay, I see it. Sasha, good, thank you. So should I install those, where should I install it? Near the attach plates? Yes, that would be the best location.
A good view from Alexander Mazurkin's helmet camera. Only one helmet camera being employed today because of the nature of the work that the cosmonauts are involved in. He working in tandem with Fyodor Yurchikhin that you see here in the lower left-hand portion of your screen as they are making their way towards collecting this universal cargo and cable carrier, the series of cable reels at the end of the Strela boom that Yurchikhin rode on to the forward end of the Zarya module. If you look in the very far upper left-hand corner of your screen, you'll see
tell you.
The Unity module, the docking adapter for the Unity module that connects the U.S. and Russian segments of the International Space Station. That Unity module, the second element of the International Space Station that was launched aboard the shuttle Endeavour on the STS-88 mission in December of 1998.
Слышишь, да?
Sasha, are you able to copy?
Федор,
Fyodor?
Да, я вот смотрю.
Look to him. 1071. 1071.
1070.
1071.
Подо мной.
ну, по идее, там
And there it's 1079.
должна пролегать прямо около
There
этого.
should be a beam right there by the
Я
handrail. Well, I don't think I see it.
около этого
I
пола.
don't see any.
Вот внизу.
Maybe below. Let me take a look below.
Николаевич, секунду.
Nikolajevich, can we take one pause?
Сергеевич, я, в общем,
Interrupt you.
повесил на 60.
I secured the tether to 6020. I'm ready to slowly translate to the shuttle operator post.
Перейти к Федору
So
Николаевичу.
I can translate
Да, конечно. Идешь ты по...
along
Давай только мы сейчас в опоре, опору поставим. Подходи.
to Fyodor Nikolaevich. Okay, go ahead and translate to the post. Okay, certainly.
Сереж, я пока тут никак.
Okay, Sergey,
Вот 1070, 1070.
1070, 1071.
Вот,
71.
или нет?
I see those, but
Она невыдвижная?
it's not extendable or anything.
Невыдвижная.
No, it's not.
У нас на 1050 где стоит самый такелажный узел?
Where is the grapple fixture on 1050?
Может быть, там лучше.
Or maybe
Сейчас посмотрю.
maybe over here. Let me take a look.
Она же коротенькая.
It's a short one, Sergey.
А вы моделировали в бассейне?
Did you perform modeling? Yes, we did.
Моделировали. Ну давай, сейчас Саша дойдет.
Вот так вот
You can simultaneously.
Давай, давай.
пройдет. Сейчас.
Okay, maybe
Может, вот здесь она...
maybe that's where it can be routed.
Так, я на королевском месте.
I'm in the king's throne.
Здесь это может быть. Сейчас попробую увидеть там что-нибудь.
Да, Саш, ты пока осмотрись.
Okay, Sasha. Take a look around first.
Я, конечно, вижу, что Петр Николаевич там воюет.
I see so
Картин
Fyodor Nikolaevich is fighting there, but I don't see a detailed picture. Well, I'm done with the fight.
Получилось, Федор?
Fyodor, did it work?
Получилось, Федор.
его установить.
Oh, I was able to install it.
Вопрос же другой.
No, the question was a different one. I know what the question is.
Федор.
Да.
Может быть, тогда все-таки
Fyodor, maybe then
держишь такелажный узел.
you're going to be holding the
И Саша идет к тебе.
grapple fixture and Sasha is going to translate to
Давай,
your location. Okay, let's use this approach.
Что, я тогда потихонечку к кольцу?
I'm going to start moving toward the ring.
все. Мы решили, что...
Okay. Sasha, go ahead. We decided you're going to translate. You know what we can do, Sergey? Maybe I can hold the cup first instead. Okay, go and translate there.
This view from the helmet camera of Alexander Mazurkin as we have passed the 2-hour mark into today's spacewalk, as he makes his way to the same location that his spacewalking colleague Fyodor Yurchikhin is currently located at the base of the Strela boom along the forward portion of the Zarya module of the International Space Station. There is the view of Yurchikhin from space station truss cameras. Once he has joined Yurchikhin at this point, they will work collectively to route the first of 2 power cables through a connector patch panel and along a series of handrails between the Zarya module and the Poisk module.
Yes, it's shaking. Yes, it's shaking. Are you on Strela? Yes. Okay, I'm just doing a fit check, sort of. Okay, I'm going to be waiting for your command. Okay, yes, before we transfer to the ring. Okay. Let me secure my seat, and I'm going to hold it with my hands. Okay, I am attached here, but I am not moving, just standing there. Okay, go ahead and stand. Okay, that's it. Hold on.
And a good view of Yurchikhin with that universal cable carrier, a cable caddy, if you will, that the huge lengths of power and Ethernet cables are wrapped in.
Go ahead. Starting.
Вам меня видно, Николай? Да.
Fyodor Nikolaevich, do you see me? Yes.
Как с попалями? Серега, кто из тебя желает?
Методом перепора звеньев.
I was just reattaching the link.
Первый, кто это сделал, это был Серега Авдеев.
Sergey Avdeyev was the first one to do it.
По такой схеме.
Using the same procedure.
Мне кажется, первый, кто так делает, это гусеницы.
I think the first one who does it is the name Inaudible.
The International Space Station crossing over the Andes Mountains in northern Chile, about to move from southwest to northeast over southern Bolivia, and the Brazilian Amazon on this particular orbit of the Earth.
Slowly, carefully.
The station will pass just to the southeast of French Guiana, and the launch pad that the European Space Agency uses to launch Ariane 5 rockets and their automated transfer vehicles to the station from.
Sergey, all the guidance are all. Oh, here's the comparison antenna. It's all going to be nearby. Maybe we can secure to the handrail. Are you want to move it to another handrail? Well, I can hand him the cable. Yes, they're holders. We're going to sell it later. Okay, to the right, there's an antenna. No, that's fine. You're talking about the plastic ones. Be careful. Let's take a look where we're going to attach. Okay, yes, there is a closed handrail here on the attachment. Well, we're flying over the my favorite Titicaca Lake. Okay, I'm going to get off here. Which direction would best though? Okay, maybe you can hop off and move with your feet backwards. Pyotr. Go ahead. What is the process now? I was going to install holders to 1031. I'm going to hand him the tethers when he's going to feed the cable through. I'm going to install two holders over here and the next two couple, and you will be here on the curve. It will be obvious how to install those. Remember the thin spot? Yes, I do remember. Okay. Cable number 1, I secured it to the handrail. Okay, copy. Cable number 1 is where the crew look bag is. When we're ready. And I'm going to hand it over. Okay, I copy. If I give you the big red, will you be able to secure it to the cable? Well, I need to get the cable out. Oh, I am ready. Okay, let me get the cable out. Fyodor, Sasha? You remember that the cable starts from 1031, 1031. Along the center, and what else, Sergey? And we'll go to 1035, 1035. 1035. Okay, yes, I remember. Okay, copy. Sasha, please move sideways. We want to see what we ended up with in this trailer. I see the base. Okay. I understand. You don't like something? Sergey? No, everything is fine.
Я бы сказал, что так вот даже их очень...
I would say it's all very good because the distance to the radiator and the solar rays is very good.
Я ее сейчас сюда потянул. Ну, даже...
Okay, let me pull it over here.
Я готов.
I am ready to hand over my red rotor. Okay.
То есть, пока вот эта пара у нас 4 звания установлены.
So far there
Просто мне, чтобы понимать, куда идти, куда идти.
4 of those not installed. I just want to understand where to go, where to pull it.
Слушай, если мы сюда бы...
What if we installed it here to this support?
Ну вот номера
Where here?
1071
Do
где?
you see 1071? Do you see the
1071?
1071 is where I am standing right here, but slightly lower. Let me show you. Yes,
Да, вот там
underneath.
она и стала.
That's where it should be.
Давай поставим опору лучше.
Let's install the support here because otherwise I don't like it flopping around.
Займете место 1071. Я
If you get to 1071, I will hand you the
не получится.
space.
Тогда подожди.
I don't think it will work.
Да?
Let me try it. Hold on a second.
Вы плавно объясните, Николай, что вы...
Okay, what would you like to do? 1071,
Где опора, туда,
where the support is, here's the next metal
вот это вот.
piece.
Вот это.
This one?
Сейчас, где? Нет, это не он. 1071.
1071 is the extension of where the
Дальше по конусу.
support is already installed along the cone.
Так, принять.
I'll copy. Oh, here it is.
Продолжение в какую сторону? Сюда.
Continue to
То есть он по вот этой плоскости, если вы...
where, if you see it along this plane.
Николай, что, меня видите? Нет?
Do you see it?
Да нет, не вижу, я спиной к стене.
No, my back is to the...
Вот, у вас вы
Sure.
держите вот этой рукой, когда держали? Да. Вот туда же, дальше.
I need to move further. Oh, there's the plate further along.
Да.
That one?
Вот за ней должен быть...
Yes, and 1071 should be past it.
Если за ней ее поставить, неудобно будет...
Oh, it will be uncomfortable to reel it out.
Да вот здесь я бы ее сейчас принайтовал бы,
Well, I would secure it here
как можно сильнее.
and tighten it as hard as possible.
Вот.
Okay, Fyodor Nikolaevich, hold on a second.
Нет, не дадут туда разрешить.
Do you think it will
Если вы наверх еще поднимете, то не получится
work it? No, we won't be able to
держателя.
move them apart, move those holders apart.
Скажите,
Could you tell us how to help? Well, nothing to do to help here.
вот здесь. О. А вот где у вас короткий паунт? Здесь. Я имею в виду
Where is this short tether? Will you be able to install it there?
опору, вот где у вас
The support, the base.
получится поставить.
Do you think it will work?
Сейчас я вот эту вот быстро
Let me tighten it here.
переменной длины.
Adjustable length.
Вот сейчас посмотри, как она.
Okay,
Но она ближе прижалась.
yes, it's not as loose.
Вот так вот, может, лучше.
It's not as loose right now.
Тратить уже.
Okay,
Да.
okay, that looks good.
Придавить вас?
Should I push?
Удавить. Извините, это не сейчас.
trying to find the position so that I can hand over to you as comfortably as possible. Maybe on the other side of Strela is better.
И ногами к земле будет нормально, наверное.
I think I can attach to the handrail here, but there are thrusters over there. I don't think there's another way.
Федор, если
Федор,
двигатели, то
if you are talking about thrusters, those are safe for you totally. They have not been turned on for 15 minutes or so, for 15 years or so. Okay, then it's fine. Okay.
Хорошо. В общем, давайте стрелу оставляем так же.
Okay, let's keep Strela where it is.
Начинаем работу с кабелями.
And start working with the cable. Okay.
Вам так удобно?
Would that be comfortable for you? I'm not sure yet,
Саш, честно,
Alexander.
здесь все китает. Не, ну так более или менее. Так, держи.
More or less this way.
Держу. Ага. Лучше было бы у КП, конечно.
I think Kappa is a better place to get attached.
Так,
Okay?
ну как? Есть
How is it? Just great.
солнечной батарейкой.
And the solar arrays are away.
Хорошо, солнечная.
Okay, solar array is in good place. There is enough room.
Итак, Сергеевич, начинаем транспорт.
Sergey, we'll start tether transfer. Yes, I can see that.
Знаешь, что я, наверное, туда перейду.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 21 minutes into today's spacewalk. Alexander Mazurkin's helmet camera providing part of the panorama of today's spacewalk that he and Fyodor Yurchikhin are involved in conducting to route a pair of power cables and an Ethernet cable from the Zarya module to the Poisk module of the International Space Station in preparation for the arrival no earlier than later this year of the new multi-purpose laboratory module that the Russians will launch from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Mazurkin earlier installed a panel of material science experiments called the Vinaslavast experiment on the hull of the Poisk module, attaching it to a handrail. It will gather data on the effect of the microgravity environment on those experiment samples over a period of time. A pair of gap spanners, essentially hardware that helps to connect a translation path between modules on the Russian segment of the space station. One of those gap spanners to be installed between Poisk and Zarya, the other between Poisk and the Zvezda service module as time permits throughout the course of the rest of today's spacewalk. With their universal cable carrier in tow, the two crew members, the two cosmonauts working near the forward end of the Zarya module as they begin the work to string one of those power cables to a connector patch panel on the Zarya. It then will be routed to the Poisk module along with a second power cable to be appropriately routed later in today's spacewalk.
Okay, which cable holders you were talking about, Sergey? 1300. Oh, yes, yes. I think I have good visibility here. I will put it on 1300 and then I will be just catching up.
Так. Подошел я к 13.
I am by 1306.
Машина
Okay.
делаю. Сергей Сергеевич, я
Sergey,
не затягиваю барашки, да?
Ну,
I'm using wing nut
в принципе, давай затягивай.
holders. Yes.
Будет ставить на 13:00.
I think you can do that now until while Theodore is installing this at 1300 to make sure you're not too far away from each other. We're not too far from each other, so I can use the 1300 now. Yes, you can. It's better to do it now. Okay, one more question.
Первый кабель мы проходим ближе к центру.
The first cable is getting between two comparison antennas. Is that right? Yes, drag your cable in between the two comparison antennas. Okay, very good. I'm going to pull on it now.
Так, а если я с этой стороны,
If I'm on this side,
да нет, здесь она не достанет опора. А, хотя вот здесь достанет. Саша, а ты можешь мне опору подать? Я бы ее сразу
can you give me the holder and I will attach it right away?
и подам.
Yes.
Сейчас мы с тобой быстро все сделаем.
It won't take long.
Ну, здесь уже затянуто. Хорошо. От руки я затягивал ее.
That's fine.
Мужчины в русских селениях.
Doing good.
Ну, а, нет, вы имеете в виду, вы что затягиваете? От руки я затягивал.
Замок надо тоже подтянуть.
You should pull on that one as well. Yes, I will.
Так, хотя я сейчас попробую
Let me try.
достать. Сам. Я иду, Николай. А, идешь, да? Все. Сейчас, не надо.
Саш, хватит.
That's enough, Sasha.
Окей.
Okay.
Так, я пока отцепляю кабель.
I will unhook the cable and give you the holder. Yes.
Он здесь заведен, никуда не денется.
Федор, нам оба надо будет держать.
Further, we'll need to pull on both holders. Is that right?
Да я же говорил, 13.06 и 13.10.
Да, да.
1310
Один сделал, я ему сейчас напомню, что надо сделать второй.
and 13.9.
Ну, ты знаешь, что я пойду, когда следом сделаю. Давай лучше он сейчас не опору подаст.
So you will give me the holder. I will attach it at 1300, and then we'll continue dragging the cable. All right.
Это ускорит.
That will expedite the whole thing. Yes.
Уравненно.
Okay, got the holder.
Ага.
Okay.
Она с этой стороны под твоей левой рукой от руки. А, ясно.
So it's right under your arm. I see that.
Угу.
Perfect.
Не сильно. А ну дальше до конца выкручиваешь и снимаешь.
So
Все, снимаешь.
just remove it completely and
Ага.
then a little more.
Сейчас я разверну нормально.
Let me reorient it so that I can hand it over to you comfortably.
Сейчас, подожди, вот. Подойду, чтобы никому ничего.
Okay.
Вы запеклю хотите? Да, я запеклю. Все, есть? Да.
Okay, good.
Все, подпускай. Сереж, посередине.
Sergey, that's in the middle, right?
Ну, в принципе, получится, если давайте посередине.
If it works out in the middle, that's good.
Вы на 1071 ставите, Николаевич?
1071, right? 1071.
Я останусь, вам помогу стрелу.
Maybe I should try to pull Strela
Сейчас.
closer. Let's see.
Это стоит.
This one is in place.
A little more than 2.5 hours into the spacewalk today by Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin. They are working a bit ahead of the timeline, working to secure the universal cable carrier to the appropriate handrails along the forward portion of the Zarya module of the International Space Station so that they can begin the work to begin to route the first of two power cables through a connector patch panel and a series of handrails to the Poisk module. These power cables and a single Ethernet cable are being rigged today in advance of the future arrival of the Russian multipurpose laboratory module that will be launched on a Proton rocket to replace the Pirs docking compartment.
Николаевич, я тут, вы говорите, куда? Да, я ловил, да, вот.
Nikolai,
Ага. Сейчас. Ты можешь у нас тут фал? А, не найдешь, да? Какой? А, вон, у КП.
how about it so that it is next to KP?
А,
Can you?
нет, все, я сейчас дойду.
I think I can reach it.
Я дойду.
I will get there.
Ну, мне просто не с той стороны, ну,
Not on the same side, but it is all right.
Да, я подниму. Потому что... Держу. Держишь? Да, держу.
Are you holding? Yes.
Отпустите немножко. Все.
Should I release it some? Yes.
Так вы спустите, я подам стрелу.
I think I can send it to you. Interference.
Угу. Я единственное, Саш, сейчас это самое свои сделаю, иначе они под стрелой окажутся.
That's right under Strela.
Чего бы сильно не хотелось. Так. Что подавать? Кольцо к себе подвинуть?
Shall I get it closer?
Я его к себе подвину.
I think it will be better.
Сейчас, Саш.
Just a second.
Я просто ногой отцепился от поручни.
I just want to make sure I put my leg in a good position by the handrail. Okay, it's moving, yes.
Вот там батарея, видите? Да, до батареи.
Is it far from the solar array? Yes, it is.
Все. Есть? Есть контакт.
We have the contact, yes.
Я тогда пошел к фалу. Давай. А я 13. Да, ну.
Федор, ну все, закрепили в опоре, да?
Further, did you attach it? Yes, I did.
Принято.
It's in the cable holder. Copy.
Сейчас будет небольшой перерыв связи.
There will be a short break right now in COM. Okay.
Все, Сереж. Все замечательно теперь.
Принято.
Сейчас еще и УКП потяну.
I think I will pull a capet somewhat so that it's not loose and it will be just perfect.
Так, 13.
1300 is the first installation here.
13:00,
Yes.
10:31 еще нужен.
And we need one more.
13:00,
How about 1300 goes first and
а потом 10:31.
1031 is next.
Стравливать кабель.
And then you will continue feeding the cable. Okay.
Я тогда тем временем затяну
And I will tighten the holder at 1306 for the second cable. Yes. Sergey, do you have the picture? Just wanted to make sure.
Ребят,
Да.
у нас скоро будет тень, через 3 минуты.
We'll have eclipse in 3 minutes.
Хорошо. Сергей, вы картинку сейчас принимаете?
Are you getting the picture, Sergey?
Сейчас картинки
Do
нет.
you have video? No, we don't. Not now.
У нас
Я
прилично
хотел
будет
уточнить,
перерыв.
первый кабель цеповский, он проходит выше к третьей плоскости.
Unintelligible.
Правильно.
Слышите, что я?
That looks like a good position.
Все, хорошо.
Looks good.
Да, 2 секунды, и я сидел.
Just a
Давай,
couple of seconds.
пишите, я пока затяну держатель.
I'll pull on the holder for now. I'll tighten it.
Хотя бы тут затягивая держатель, я, грубо говоря, болтающий поручень, продолжаю еще больше разбалтываю. Да.
So I'm working with the holder and the wobbly handrail. Do not tighten too much.
Ну вот я... Он не то что формируется, он в своих узлах крепления болтается. Поэтому я так затянул, старался потуже, чтобы не поломать.
Well, I just want to make sure it's tight enough.
Саш, у нас не будет картинки достаточно долго.
We're not going to have a picture for some time.
Все комментируйте.
Make sure you comment on everything you do. Okay.
Вторая рекомендация. В начале тени
And the second recommendation, in the beginning of eclipse, take 5 to 7 minutes to rest. Okay.
в принципе тень уже началась.
In fact, you're in eclipse already now, correct?
Нет, солнце. Виктор Николаевич, на 13.06 оба держателя зафиксированы. Ага. На 13.00 для первого кабеля установлен и протянут.
So I'm just trying to set this cable correctly. Do you have come? Yeah, we have come, but have no video.
Все, ясно.
Okay, copy.
Это самое, ребят, давайте отдохнем.
You know, how about we'll take 5 minutes rest?
И тогда через 5
I got the time, and in 5 minutes I'll let you know, okay?
Так, Сереж, на 13.00
1300 has one holder now on,
Я понял.
installed,
и через него...
and I have a cable dragged through it. Okay. Copy.
2 hours, 46 minutes now into the spacewalk that's expected to last around 6.5 hours as Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin continue to work just about right on the timeline. They're in the process of installing devices called fair leads for the two power cables that will be strung between the Zarya module and the Poisk module on the Russian segment of the International Space Station. Fair leads are essentially routing devices that help to appropriately route these cables and take up the slack in the cables as they are strung between the two modules of the space station in preparation for the arrival of the multi-purpose laboratory module to be launched on a Proton rocket out of the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
Did you finish that? I'm saying slowly. We should take it slow. Right before the second cable holder.
осталось 3 минуты.
We have 3 more minutes. Make sure you rest. Okay. 3 minutes.
Договорились.
Agreed?
Flight controllers of the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, which you're looking at a live view of from a camera on the balcony of the flight control room there, advising the crew to take a breath, enjoy the view. They've been working with great efficiency since they opened the hatch to the Pirs docking compartment at 9:39 a.m. Central Time this morning. They have another spacewalk on tap just 6 days from now, next Thursday, when they step outside of Pirs once again to replace a laser communications system experiment from the outside of the Russian segment of the station and replace it with a swiveling platform upon which a small optical telescope will be mounted on a future spacewalk. They also will remove a docking target from a docking assembly on the Pirs docking compartment airlock port.
I believe 2 minutes elapsed.
Вот, Саш, я только
Yes.
на клавишу, а ты меня...
Sasha, I was just pushing the PTT and you jumped ahead of me. Oh, very good. We're in sync.
Ребят, продолжаем.
Okay, let's continue.
Да. Нет у нас. Откуда у нас?
We don't have inaudible. Okay.
Комментируйте, потому что картинки у нас...
Okay, guys. Comment in more detail because we will not have TV signal for quite some time. Okay.
Хорошо.
So far, I'll be working with compares. Yes, you have things to do, so compares will be plenty for you for now, right? Okay, and I will install another cable holder in the meantime.
Федор, на 10:33.
Fedor, on 10:33, no, 10:31. You need to install one cable holder.
А второй ближе к американскому сегменту.
And the second one should be closer to the USOS. Okay, I'm at 1310 now.
Принято.
Copy.
Принято.
Sasha?
Заведешь кабель, и надо опять затянуть.
Bring the cable there, and you will need to tighten the latches again. Where am I supposed to rotate? I have those locks on this handrail. Yes, he's talking about the latches. Maybe Fedor will tighten them. And you will have to go to 1316. Okay, and I will do that. Nikolai, yes. Are you ready? Yes. That's great. Okay, enough for now. Very good. Let me finish it here in the meantime.
This is Mission Control Houston, approaching the 3-hour mark in our spacewalk for Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin. We're in a fairly sizable gap for downlink television capability through our tracking and data relay satellite system. Should be regaining a television signal from the International Space Station in about 30 minutes or so. The spacewalk today is proceeding on track as Yurchikhin and Mazurkin are in the process of the early stages of rigging the first of 2 power cables that will be strung between the Zarya and Poisk modules of the Russian segment of the station for future power delivery to the multi-purpose laboratory module to be launched by the Russians to replace the Pirs docking compartment. 2 power cables will be strung today along with an Ethernet cable Earlier today, Alexander Mazurkin installed a experiment package called Venislavost to a handrail on the Poisk module of the International Space Station. Inside Poisk and able to move about between Poisk and the Soyuz TMA-08M spacecraft are Station Commander Pavel Vinogradov and Flight Engineer Chris Cassidy of NASA. And in the U.S. segment of the International Space Station, NASA Flight Engineer Karen Nyberg and European Space Agency Flight Engineer Luca Parmitano are going about other work today as they conduct experiments and take inventory of items removed from the Japanese HTV or H-2 transfer vehicle cargo ship that arrived at the International Space Station 1 week ago.
We'll be taking care of it when we'll be at MRM-2. Okay. The holder is installed securely. But the handrail itself has a slight play. Sasha, I have a request for you. When you finish translation, try to tighten that screw that holds the handrail from the side closer to the HO. You'll see that triangle screw. Please tighten it. You need to use a wrench. Okay, I'll do my best. Alexander? Background noise inaudible.
Ты мне говори, да?
Tell me when you'll be doing this, and in the meantime, I'll install 1031. Well, we still have a little bit of time. I will still try to tighten the holder on 1316. Okay? I copy you. I'm on the handrail inaudible. I cannot tighten it any further by hand. Okay, Sasha, unfortunately, there is no access for the tool there, but just by touch, do you feel there is a change? Yes, a little bit, but no. The problem is that this corner was actually sitting tight. The other one was not. The other side is playing pretty loosely. Okay, guys, leave it as is. Yes, I will leave the handrail as is, but I will tighten the holder. Okay. What's up, Sasha? Well, you know, I almost do not have any room here as well. Yes, I understand. Okay, it sits tightly. Very good. I'm translating to the cone. Copy. And now, I believe we are dragging the cable right to MRM, right? Through 15000302. That's correct. But I have wire tie on 1500. On the other ones, there are holders. First of all, then I'll have to remove the slack. No, wait a minute. No, one more time. Let's stop it over.
We have now passed the 3-hour mark into the spacewalk today by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin, continuing to string the first of 2 power cables between the Zarya module and the Poisk module through a series of handrails, ultimately to be wire tied in place. A future Russian spacewalk will actually connect the cables to other cabling that has yet to be rigged and cannot be rigged until the multi-purpose laboratory module arrives at the International Space Station. These power cables and an Ethernet data cable are the focus of attention today for Yurchikhin and Mazurkin as they conduct this preparatory work for the arrival of the MLM, which is called Nauka, which is the Russian word for science.
On 1031, everything is installed. Copy, Fedor. Only I did not tighten it with the wrenches. We need to see how the cable will be settled first. The second one, the second holder is installed very well. The first one, but the second one gives me some doubt. Okay, let's not tighten it up so far. Let's see how the cable will be sitting after it will be installed in it. Okay. Do you have any views from the U.S. cameras? Could you please repeat the question? Will you be able to see anything using USOS external cameras? No. Or maybe when the Sasha will approach it. We do not have KU band right now. Yes, I understand. Not this very minute, but later. After we install it. Of course, after some time we'll be able to take a look at it. Okay. I've approached 6008. Copy. And I've secured myself on it. I will be rotating myself now to face the mounting plate, and then I will start installing everything. So you're on the second well here. We have lots of foiling. Well, he routed it directly. He went to MRM2. So we'll be releasing it right now. Sergey, I have a question. The gap spanner that I've installed between 608 and 1502, I have very limited view right now. So I believe we need to route one Ethernet cable. Let me think a moment. Yes, absolutely. Stand by. Yes, actually, yes. We should route it once here. But then we'll have to unhook that gap spanner. So I believe we should route it over the top. Why would we need to unhook the gap spanner? I will have to reconnect the red. But should you route it under the gap spanner and then drag it to the mounting plate? Then yes, and then when we'll be routing it to MLM, we'll have to unhook the gap spanner.
Но чисто теоретически это небольшая
But theoretically, it's not really a big deal. I believe that way it will be closer to the shell, so there will be less flex. Yes, I agree. So when we'll be taking it to MLM, we'll just unhook the gap spanner, and that will do the trick. Okay, copy. Okay, I'm at the mounting plate. Copy. Almost. Okay. The blue one on that side, where should I secure it? To 1035. 1035. Hold on. Stop. Let's step back further. Now, you see the blue markings, yes. Blue markings identify the middle of the holder on 1031. Middle of the holder on 1031. Then Sasha needs to release a lot more cable. Okay, Sasha. Keep releasing it. Keep going. I'm going, but considering the length.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 8 minutes into the spacewalk. Fyodor Yurchikhin is in the process of starting to wire tie down to a handrail the first of two power cables that he and Alexander Mazurkin have strung between the Zarya module and the Poisk module of the International Space Station. Power cables that eventually will be let out to the multi-purpose laboratory module once it arrives at the International Space Station to replace the Pirs docking compartment airlock. Pirs has served since September 2001 as not only an airlock, but as a docking port for visiting Russian vehicles to the International Space Station. The multi-purpose laboratory module will serve not only that function and an airlock function, but also be used as a new scientific laboratory for research on the station.
Removing the slack, yes. I will keep routing it all the way to 1500. Okay, when you'll be done with that, there will be a free blue marking. There is a wire tie there, so I will secure it to the holder, right? No. The wire tie must be attached to 1035. No. I'm talking about the marking. Okay. But the marking should be on 1031, right? Right. Yes, right. The marking is on 1031. I will leave it here, and then I will start translating to meet Sasha and start tightening.
Смотри, можно сделать как?
So that's what we can do.
Можно метку закрепить.
In principle,
Давай я тебе расскажу мое предложение.
Let me describe my proposal. Yes, go ahead. We can actually temp sew it using wire tie.
The next step for Yurchikhin, as the crew works about 30 minutes ahead of the timeline, would be to open up a thermal protection cover on one of the two connector patch panels that the crew installed along the route from the Zarya module to the Poisk module a short time ago, and to secure a series of 4 electrical connectors with wire ties to that first of 2 power cables. They'll then close up that thermal protection cover, pull up the slack in the first of the 2 power cables that they've strung, and then begin to work
Very good.
to begin the installation of an Ethernet cable in the same approximate route between the Zarya module and the Poisk module.
Okay, well, we're out in cable number 1, right? Right. Very good.
Время за бортом 3 часа 15 минут.
The total EVA time, 3 hours and 15 minutes. Copy. That's not good news.
Как ничего хорошего, наоборот.
And how do you mean? I believe everything is going on great. Yes, but
Но на сегодня по циклограмме...
do we manage time-wise?
Сегодня по циклограмме впереди на 45 минут.
Right now, you're 45 minutes ahead of the timeline. I thought we were behind, honestly.
Поверь мне, я тебе...
Well, trust me on that.
Ну, поверь мне, я тебе честно говорю.
Okay, I am attaching the ends to the plate and I'm closing it. Copy, session. I have a question. The wire tie that is on the edges of this plate, do we need to tie it up too? You know, after you close the Velcro, make half a turn. Okay.
Потому что, я так понимаю,
Because
внутри, абсолютно...
it is my understanding that whatever you tied up inside is secure enough. Absolutely. But you saw the photos.
Да, я видел, конечно.
I sure have.
Даже распечатал.
I actually even printed them out.
Даже распечатал.
Okay. You know, as usual, everything was neatly stowed in the folder.
Специально на разбор принесу.
Separate files. Yes, after you land, I will bring it to the debris. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 14 minutes into the spacewalk by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin. As you've heard, the crew is running ahead of its timeline. They are in the process of wire tying and securing the first of 2 power cables that they are routing between the Zarya module and the Poisk module of the International Space Station. The second power cable and an Ethernet data cable will be similarly rigged throughout the course of the rest of the spacewalk today. This all in preparation for the arrival and further work to be done to hook up and activate a Russian multi-purpose laboratory module to be launched in the months ahead from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on a Proton rocket. The crew already installed a material science package on a handrail on the Poisk module called Vynaslavast, the Russian word for endurance, that will spend months out collecting data for a suite of material science samples on the microgravity environment that the space station orbits in at an altitude of 260 statute miles. There will be 2 gap spanners rigged between modules on the Russian segment of the station. These gap spanners essentially close the gap, if you will, between the modules of the station so that crew members have a easy path of transit for future spacewalking tasks. You can see how those gap spanners are depicted here. One of them will be hooked up between the Poisk module and the Zarya module, the second gap spanner between Poisk and the Zvezda service module. Yurchikhin and Mazurkin working very efficiently. In this first of 2 spacewalks they will conduct within a 6-day time span. They'll be back outside the Pirs docking compartment in their Russian Orlan suits on Thursday of next week to replace a laser communications system experiment with a rotating platform on the outside of the Zvezda service module, upon which a small optical telescope will be mounted in the months ahead, and to remove a docking target from an assembly on the docking port of the Pirs docking compartment.
Affirmative.
Okay.
Let's do the same trick we did on GR. Let's repeat it for 1316. And what trick are you talking about? It's a simple one. When you bring the blue mark into the holder, go ahead and secure it with the wire tie inside the holder. Sergey, it was quite noisy in the loop. Could you please repeat? Stand by. When the blue mark will be in a holder, wire tie the cable to the holder. I need 2 wire ties for that. The ones that are on 1500, and I also will need the one on 1902, so you don't have sufficient number of them, right? Well, then just forget it. I didn't want to inaudible. I don't believe that this cable will be rerouted back, so, or will be pulling back, so I don't think we need to waste time. Seriously, let's secure it at one point. Unintelligible.
One more time. The mark should be at the center of the 1031 handrail. So it should be at the holder. Well, the holders are shifted, so it depends how you were calculating it. Yes, that's how we were calculating it. Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, already prepared the end. Okay, guys, in 5 minutes, we'll be bomb drop out for 4 minutes, so don't be surprised. Oh, you're still here, Sergey. I secured with the wire tie 1500. 1503. I've installed the holders, correct? 1503. Yes, that is correct. Yes, this did. Same for me.
Вы можете пока так пусть
do release something.
Придется мне, правда, проволоку вести.
Otherwise, I will have to tie it with the
Вот так.
wire.
И они... Ладно, я буду контролировать.
I have to monitor.
Все, в
Well,
принципе...
basically,
метка... А, подожди. Это первое.
that was
Здесь должна быть
mark
вторая.
number 1. There should be another mark there. Is it correct? Correct, Sergey?
3 метки, да?
There are 3 marks. You see them?
Ну, да, я имею в виду, что на кабеле же 3 места с меткой.
There should be 3.
Вот для меня даже...
3 marks on the cable with 2 ends in the middle.
который
Well, first is the end of the cable that's going to be rolled up in a bundle.
не поделишь, потому
You won't be able to pull it up because the mark is in 31.
Да, она уже... Все, здесь больше нет с моей стороны нет.
Сейчас, ребят, давайте мы подумаем.
From my end, there is no.
А какая средняя? Здесь уже конец, вот.
Саш, вот у тебя бухтование должно быть в районе фиксирующей
Bundle should be in the vicinity
метка,
of the
наши тонкие
attach point, where the thin cables run out. That's where it should be in that area.
Она у тебя за спиной.
So it should be behind your back.
Пришла 13-16.
And right now we have 13, 16.
Окей, все, фиксирую тогда. На 15.03.
1503.
Да.
Yes.
Сереж, а я тогда пошел?
Ну, давай.
Okay, I should move then. Sergey, yes, go ahead. No problem. Sort of reminder.
Замок от
1310, the lock tightened by hand.
Да, я
Okay, I understand.
держатели все заправляем.
And the holders, we're going to tuck in and check out.
Что 13.00, ну то, что я устанавливал.
What I installed.
Значит, скоро мы вас потеряем.
Okay, we're going to lose you in a little while. So how are you feeling, guys?
Отлично. Отлично.
We feel great.
Это без бравады.
Copy.
Сейчас в течение минуты пропадет связь на 4
In a minute, we're going to lose comm for 4 minutes.
минуты.
Хорошо.
Okay.
Саш, ты
Sasha.
зажимать их в этих самых, можно это все-таки электричество или... Да, ну, как бы зажимать, чтобы они не ползали.
You can press down so they don't
Потому что они
shift,
до конца, если...
but don't squeeze them too tight.
Ребят, я вас слышу.
Guys, I'm able to copy you. Sergey,
Они полностью не зажимают.
we're not going to be able to
В принципе,
fully
все до конца.
secure them in the holder. Well, don't secure them completely.
Да.
Okay.
Вообще до конца...
Well, should we lower them to the very end or route them in parallel?
С точки зрения...
Well, the best thing to do in terms of later translations, you will need to... I think the best thing to do is to lower it to the very end. At least it will be lower.
Все, 13:0.
So 13:03 and tightening. Okay, copy.
Я на 15:01, Сергей.
Принято.
Фиксирую поруч.
I'm at 13:01. Sergey, I am securing the holder. Copy.
Заправил?
Sasha.
13:06 затянул?
Sasha, did you tighten it? Yes.
Саш,
Sasha? Yes, Sergey.
ну вот как я буду кино
Well,
показывать следующим экипажам?
how am I going to tell, what am I going to tell the other crews about the way to secure it? Well,
Ну, там место плохое, конечно, но
there
я
is
просто
a
напоминаю.
bad location, just a reminder, okay?
Я ж сам не
Well, you see, I'm not happy about it myself that I got involved in this.
Параллельно рядышком с тобой поручень.
So the handrail that is parallel to you.
А как тут идешь и не упереться в компарус?
Well, we're
Хоть пару раз.
you see, how could we translate and not run into comparison at least a couple of times? Oh, you didn't knock it down, did you? Of course not. I was careful.
Все застревал, тот компарус,
see.
тот СБ.
See, there is trailer, there is comparison.
Ну так постепенно мы
Well,
так начинаем терять ФГБ как средство перемещения.
you see, we're slowly losing FGB as a translation path this way. Yes.
С той стороны.
Well, the only thing, there is a handrail on that side.
Ну, мы будем думать над этим.
We're going to think about it,
Стараюсь все-таки это реализовать вопрос.
and I'll try to implement something with this issue. 1310, we're going to tighten it to the full. Yes, including the walk. Well, I checked the walk over there. I didn't tighten it. Okay, that's good. On 11500, I'm going to
Этот кабель.
wrap the wire and secure this cable. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 35 minutes into the spacewalk by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin. The view once again from the helmet camera of Alexander Mazurkin as the International Space Station flies 260 statute miles over the southeast Pacific Ocean. The two cosmonauts continue to secure a number of connectors on a patch panel for one of two power cables that are being strung between the Zarya and Poisk modules of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. These power cables to be joined by an Ethernet cable that will also be strung between Zarya and Poisk to set the stage for a number of other activities on future spacewalks for the ultimate activation of the Russian multipurpose laboratory module once it is launched atop a Proton rocket to replace the Pirs docking compartment.
Luca on 2 for step 2.6.
Sasha, this is Luca on 2 for step 2.6. Go ahead, Luca. So what about that step?
While Yurchikhin and Mazurkin are the focus of attention today outside the International Space Station, and with Station Commander Pavel Vinogradov and NASA flight engineer Chris Cassidy together isolated in the Rosviet module and their associated Soyuz spacecraft, the TMA-08M, that is docked to Poisk, I should say, at the space-facing port of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. Nyberg and Parmitano, the other two Expedition 36 crew members, continue their work in the U.S. segment of the station, and at this moment have split up on two research activities, with Parmitano working the in-space experiment and Nyberg working the setup and testing of some data collection samples with the capillary flow experiment.
We need to secure another cable, the second cable, to this secure holder. Inaudible. Inaudible.
Причем какого-то непонятного.
That is unclear here.
Так, зафиксировал я его проволокой. Сергей.
I secured it with the wire tied to the video. This is Victor.
Без экстремизма.
Yes, just don't be too extreme. Do it lightly.
Но с другой стороны экстремизм.
But on the other hand, we'll have to tighten it.
Он не выскочит.
It's not going to fall out.
В абсолютную
See, reel, when you're rolling it up in the reel, don't tighten it too much.
Саш, конечная цель знаешь в чем?
You know what the final purpose is? Well, you know, it's a very relative thing.
Этот кабель не попал в стыковочный агрегат между МЛМом и
The thing is, this cable should be prevented from getting into the docking mechanism between PHO and MLM. And no more than that. That's the purpose.
Наверное. Так. Понял, Сергей?
Okay.
Вот теперь бы
Okay, Sergey, I copy that.
надо будет что? Надо будет переставить мне этот самый.
Fyodor Yurchikhin receiving some words from the Russian flight control team, but the Russian Mission Control Center, about techniques he is using to take up the slack in this first of the two power cables that he and Mazurkin are stringing through a series of handrails and so-called fair leads, which are small components that are used to properly route the cables so they are not slack or flopping around against the side of the Russian segment of the station.
Cable reel. Okay, yeah, that one is far. Okay, Sergey. I'm looking at the wire and the connector. I'm going to. Not a connector. I'm looking at the wire. I have it in front of me. I'm going to roll them up. Okay, I'm starting. And this holder should be tightened as well, right? Which one? Everywhere where it's routed, it's tightened. I didn't. 1503 has been tightened. The ones next to it, not. We're going, as you guys, to have a problem with the wing nut. Okay, Fyodor. Take a look. Move it and tighten that lock right away. Okay, let me try. Where should I secure it all so that Sergey can show the video to the young crew members how to do this activity? Okay, let me attach myself, and then we can show it.
Сергей Сергеевич, показывайте.
Sergey, everything is convenient here. You can show this video.
Понятно.
Итак, я лицо фиксирующий ситуацию.
Okay, here is the,
Саш, очень
looking at the attach plate.
не закручивай его.
Sasha, don't secure it too tightly.
Сделай вот один большой виток и
Make one large loop and tie it up.
Хорошо.
Okay.
Большие, так. Угу. Надо же так придать, чтобы самому потом не привязаться.
Wanted to make sure I don't tie myself up here.
Так. А он, кстати, тут получается от 15:00 прямо в ноте.
See, from 1500, it's pretty tight. Okay. If that's fine, then that should be it.
Так, с точки зрения расположения 15:03 нормально все?
1503, is it correct? Yes.
Я это и хотел услышать сейчас.
That's what I wanted.
Сейчас затянем.
We're tightening it.
Не знаю, кольцо получается, если на один оборот, почти метровое.
The loop is almost 1 meter in diameter if you roll it only once.
Хорошо. Ничего страшного.
чтоб ты знал, у нас в заводских условиях написано
You know, in the manufacturer conditions is
диаметром 1 метр.
to store prior to launch in a bundle with a diameter of 1 meter. Well, as long as it works for people who come next and not wrap themselves in it and get confused. Well, I tapped it behind the handrail. Do you see it? It's fairly rigid. Yes, we can see it all right.
Так, сейчас все отлично.
Everything is great right now.
Катушки.
Now I need to get the reel.
Кто здесь? Федор Николаевич, поди. Да?
Федор Николаевич.
Это я. Вас, наверное, а нет. Не вот.
Is it yours? No.
Я, в принципе, готов заниматься Ethernet, Николай.
Fedor Nikolaevich, I'm ready to work with Ethernet.
Мне вот эти вот закрутить осталось.
Just need to tighten these.
Саш,
Sasha? Yes, I understand.
я Ethernet возьму, а ты потом подкрутишь.
Well, let me take the Ethernet and then you will tighten it.
На 15:03. Все.
On 1503. Yes, okay.
Это... Сейчас. Так.
Expedition 36 flight engineers and cosmonauts Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin are doing a few cleanup steps having been routing over the past hour the first of two power cables between the Zarya module and the Poisk module of the International Space Station. That power cable number 1 has been routed to the first of two connector patch panels that were installed earlier on the side of the Zarya module of the International Space Station. Next up for the two cosmonauts will be a similar routing procedure for one Ethernet cable that will be strung between the Poisk module and the Zarya module before they press on for the second of the two power cables a bit later on this afternoon. We're now 3 hours 49 minutes into the spacewalk. The crew earlier attached a material science experiment package to a handrail on the Poisk module called the Venislavost experiment. The Venislavost experiment is the Russian name for endurance. It will spend months outside on the hull of the Poisk module collecting a variety of data on material science samples that are mounted in that panel.
No, I think it's fine. You never know how it works out at first.
Так,
Федор Николаевич.
я хотел вас попросить глянуть на мой ключ. Давай. Не запутался. Сейчас, смотрю.
The International Space Station and its crew flying 260 statute miles over Colombia, just south of Bogota, soon to cross into Venezuela and out over the South Atlantic.
Okay.
And a good view of Fyodor Yurchikhin from the helmet camera mounted on Alexander Mazurkin's helmet.
Now, get it. Like this?
Yurchikhin is currently in the 7th spacewalk of his career. His 6 previous spacewalks leading into today's activity totaled an aggregate time of 38 hours and 26 minutes of spacewalking time. Alexander Mazurkin in the second spacewalk of his career, both with Yurchikhin, 6 hours 34 minutes logged for Mazurkin coming into today, as the two previously conducted a spacewalk back on June 24th. They will be back outside in just 6 days on Thursday, August 22, for yet another excursion in which they will replace a laser communications experiment on the outside of the Zvezda service module with a swiveling platform upon which a small optical telescope will be mounted in a future excursion.
Be more careful. Rotating it. We're worried. Well, no need to worry. You kept tightening the nut. Just make sure you don't untighten any extra one. Okay. Everything exactly as it was before. No. Use this one. Adjustable? No, this one. It's a little bit more rigid. Let me secure it. Okay, done. Let me translate here, and you take it to the right, and I will just get out of your way to the handrail. Okay, Fedor. Let's turn around right away, otherwise you'll get entangled. Yes, you're right, I wanted to have it in front of me. There it is. Sasha, try to rotate the rail in different direction. In the other direction, okay, let's try it. Clockwise. Follow the arrow, okay.
Не сильно так, спокойно.
But not so fast, just do it slower, okay.
Clearly marked on that cable reel is the Ethernet cable that Alexander Mazurkin is beginning to pull out from its reel as part of the universal cable carrier that the crew brought to the work site at the forward end of the Zarya module earlier in today's excursion.
And in the meantime, you kept pulling it out, yes. Yeah, just make sure that the rail will not open up. No, it will not. Okay, great then. Let me translate a little bit. Do you know who designed those cable holders? I actually even remember who opened them. Well, I'm more curious about who closed it. Okay, Fyodor, let's not go into that now. Okay, let's forget it. That's it? No, I can see it. I can see it.
Первый у нас держатель на 13-16.
The first holder is on 1316. Affirmative. I believe you can see it. I'm releasing it. Are we planning to install it into the holders? No. Into the handles, okay. Okay, keep releasing it. You know, there are two cables outside of those cuffs, so should I route the cables through it? Yes, you better do it. Sasha, can you approach me?
Юль, читай, открой личико.
Okay, let me see your face.
Федор?
Fyodor?
Да.
Yes?
Вот как себя сейчас ведет кабель? Помнишь, как вы первый?
How does the cable behave right now compared to when we routed it for the first time? Well, right now it's straight as a string. Well, we were trying hard to make sure that that would be the outcome. Well, and you certainly managed. Yes, we did.
No.
Even have to untighten some
Да.
cuffs, yes.
Так.
Не, он его...
Okay, shall we start releasing the cable? No, let me translate first. Okay.
Сейчас.
Hold on.
Тяну.
I'm pulling. Just a moment.
Yeah.
Не идет? Идет. Сейчас пойдет. Сейчас.
Can you pull it? Yes. Just a second. Okay, now we can start.
А вы их специально загибаете туда внутрь, да, эти наручники?
Do you pushing them inside on purpose? I mean, cable holders. Well, only just to make it more convenient for me to approach it.
Совсем.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've just passed the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin. And as you can clearly see in this good view from the helmet camera being worn by Mazurkin during today's spacewalk, he and Yurchikhin are beginning to play out the Ethernet cable from its reel on the Universal Cable Carrier, basically a caddy in which several reels of cables have been stowed, 2 power cables and this Ethernet cable. One of the 2 power cables already strung and wire tied down through a series of handrails between the Poisk module and the Zarya module of the International Space Station. The same route to be taken for this internet cable that will be wire tied by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin for future connections to electrical hookups that will reside on the multi-purpose laboratory module once it arrives at the International Space Station.
Fyodor compass is above you. No. Not down there. I'm talking. Careful with the Ethernet cable. Yes, I see. Rotate it. Okay. Done. All right, now compass. You are. Your backpack is right against trailer. Yes, I see. You need to bring your legs up. I should be able to fit through. Oh, maybe I should do it the other way around. Oh. Am I still against it? No. You now have a gap. Okay, because yes, I really wouldn't want to be in contact with it. Can I start releasing the cable? Yes. Hold on. I just need to change my position because when I just observe, it's not quite what I need. But now I'm okay. Well, that's it for now.
Федор, ты докуда добрал?
Fedor, where are you at right now? I'm at 1316. Handrail. Copy. And I'm using cable holders from 1305. Okay. And I'm forced to open the holders with the range.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 5 minutes into the spacewalk. Like threading a series of eyelets and a succession of needles, Yurchikhin and Mazurkin continue to string this Ethernet cable between Poisk and Zarya, part of the preparatory work for the arrival of the Russian multipurpose laboratory module.
Okay. Okay, Sasha, can we keep releasing it? Yes. Let me do some reconnecting here.
Саш, подкручивай.
Sasha, start winding. Okay. Further, some more? No, that's enough. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's it. Very good. Let me translate.
Сергеевич.
Sergey Sergeyevich, yes.
Вот сейчас Федор Николаевич...
Fyodor Nikolaevich will pull enough cable to start securing there, and I will need to release more until I reach the blue mark, and then I will need to secure the holder on 1500, then wire tie it on 1502, and then we'll keep going down plane 3 to FGB, correct? Correct. And here, I should probably route it between electrical. Yes. Okay.
А на 15:00 они сойдут все три.
And at 1500, they will all converge. Okay. Okay. Should I start releasing? Yes, give me about half a meter. Okay. That's it.
Так. Сергеевич, а вот видите, метки вышли.
Sergey, are those the marks?
Это 13-16.
This is 1316.
То есть здесь тоже...
So there are 3 of them also in the middle of 1316, right?
Федор Николаевич, да, примерно еще метр.
Fyodor Nikolaevich, we need 1 more meter towards you. I know I'm messing with the cable holders right now.
Я думаю, что кабель не заправляли именно...
I believe that was the reason why we did not install the cable inside here, inside the holder.
As Alexander Mazurkin plays out this Ethernet cable from a reel that he's operating at the juncture between the Zarya module and the forward end of the Russian segment of the International Space Station, Fyodor Yurchikhin continues to string this Ethernet cable through a series of handrails so that it is appropriately played out to a connection point on a connection patch panel between Zarya and the Poisk module.
Should you leave this mark right now?
You can see the reel clearly in view through this
Allow us to remove the flag.
Rather dramatic view from Alexander Mazurkin's helmet camera.
You mean if I'll have enough length to 1500? Yes.
Вот если эти метки оставить,
The International Space Station is currently flying 260 miles over the Rhine Valley of Germany.
It was not really tense, but still, I don't think there is enough length even to 1500. Okay, copy.
You can see on the far right side of your screen, just close to one of the solar arrays on the International Space Station, that object sticking up from the hull of that module is a fairlead, essentially a routing device that enables these cables to be appropriately strung with no slack carried through them.
As soon as Fyodor will attach himself to 1050, I'm still at 1037. The nuance is that we're about to have ourselves a sunset. Well, I only have unintelligible left. I'll hand it to you in a minute.
сейчас тень наступит.
Guys, you're about to go into eclipse. Yes, we understand. But the marking is correct. It should be 1316. Okay, here it is. It's right there, if you can see it. Just like in the book. Let me see how much I need here. I just love this translation to GA. I can't begin to describe. Well, it's not that often that you have this chance. Especially when those cables are already all around my legs. There are handrails here that have never been used.
Ребят, тень наступит, давайте мы опять немножко отдохнем.
At the sunset, go ahead and take a short break. Sergey, that's all I'm doing is sitting around resting, so if you don't mind, I'll keep translating. Slowly. Okay.
И тогда поговорим.
Let's wait till sunset and then we'll talk. I wouldn't mind to reach 1600.
Федор, давай не будем.
Further, let's not do that.
Федор Николаевич имел 1050.
Федор Николаевич is at 1050.
Да, я уж думал, ты хочешь погулять по ФГБ просто так.
I thought you were just about to take a stroll around FGB. Just for the heck of it.
Ребята, как с теплоощущениями?
Guys, what about your thermal mode? Are you okay? We're fine. I think I'm a little bit too warm, and I may be a little bit too cold, but in general, we're okay. Sergey, I understand I can keep translating because the blue mark on 1316 is already there. So I will keep releasing it until the next mark and proceed going to 1500. The blue mark is on my side. Is it 1050? Yes.
The International Space Station has passed into an orbital sunset as it flies over Eastern Europe. Everything continuing to proceed on track and somewhat ahead of schedule by cosmonauts Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin, members of the Expedition 36 crew, as they press ahead with their spacewalk, now 4 hours, 18 minutes in duration. They're making great time as they continue to string an Ethernet cable between the Zarya module and the Poisk module of the complex. This to join two power cables being similarly strung today, part of the preparatory work for the arrival of the Russian multi-purpose laboratory module in the months ahead, following its launch on a Proton rocket to replace the Pirs docking compartment.
Install the cable ends.
The Pirs will be disposed of through the use of a Progress resupply ship just a few days before the launch of the multi-purpose laboratory module, and the port on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station, currently occupied by Pirs, which arrived at the complex in September 2001, will be replaced by the MLM, as it is known by its acronym, or the Nauka module. Nauka, the Russian word for science. The new multi-purpose laboratory module to replace the Pirs docking compartment will serve a threefold purpose, not only as a docking port for Russian vehicles and an airlock for future Russian spacewalks, as is the Pirs today, but also as a new research module for ongoing scientific investigations.
ISS MCC Moscow, space to ground 1.
Was unintelligible copy. Zero, 2. Copy.
Unintelligible. Copy.
Ребят, Павел не отвечает в СГ-1, попробуйте тоже в СГ-2 позвать.
Talking over each other. Interference. Pavel?
Pasha. Chris, Pavel. Everybody, are you here?
Trying to wave to Chris and Pavel, hoping they will be able to see them.
Pavel Andreevich, не слышите нас?
Pavel, I guess you can hear us. It looks like he can hear us. But that's okay. I'll try to call him on a space to ground 1 again. Okay, I can actually knock on the window. How about that? I was going to offer you that. I think he is answering in space to ground 1.
Слушай, сверху со стрелы 10-50 поросен видел.
30-50 handrail, I think I saw that.
Fyodor Yurchikhin a moment ago in a jocular fashion telling Russian flight controllers that he is trying to communicate with Station Commander Pavel Vinogradov, who, along with NASA flight engineer Chris Cassidy, they're isolated today inside the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. They have access not only to Poisk, but to their Soyuz TMA-08M spacecraft. Part of the work that they're doing during this so-called downtime today, when they're isolated to Poisk, is a review of entry and landing procedures that they intend to employ a little over 3 weeks from now, when they return to Earth in their Soyuz spacecraft for a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan to wrap up their 5.5-month mission. Alexander Mazurkin will be in the left seat of the Soyuz. Vinogradov, of course, the Soyuz commander, in the center seat. Chris Cassidy will be riding in the right seat of the Soyuz TMA-08M for that entry and landing, with all of that to take place on the afternoon and evening of September 10th U.S. time, the morning of September 11th on the steppe of Kazakhstan.
Copy. I think I can see it now. Oh, yes, of course, it was covered. Okay, I got it.
Слушай, а он только к нему пристанет.
The connector is just matching. And this is how it is supposed to be. Because the cable is dragged from the US segment here. How about 1031 to secure? I think 1050 we were talking about. However, that one has already a bunch of cables, and this one has good room for it. So we have like 3 of them. Okay, I'll stand by. Yeah, take another closer look. Stand by. I can try 1050. 1050, 1030, 1031. Just a second, Fyodor. Okay. Let's keep 1050.
Значит, это самое, Федор, давай сделаем так.
На 1050 принесу.
Ну, давай, если получится.
Okay, if it works out for 1050, that's all right. We'll try that.
Самое интересное, что вот в этом месте этот кабель...
It's interesting that in this location, the cable is not supposed to be between two Russian Ingress cables. And I think that's what we're getting on the port side.
Федор, я тебя не слышал. Ты говорил что-нибудь?
Fyodor, I did not hear. Were you saying something? No. I'm working.
Принято.
Happy.
Fyodor Yurchikhin continuing to string this Ethernet cable through a series of handrails with the assistance of Alexander Mazurkin, who is playing out the cable from a cable reel on a cable caddy that he has mounted at the forward end of the Zarya module of the International Space Station. This cable being stretched the length between the Zarya module and the Poisk module, where it will be connected to a connection panel on Poisk and wire tied down so that it is permanently installed to join 2 power cables. All of this, the work in advance of the arrival of the multipurpose laboratory module, the Russians will launch in a few months. We're almost 4.5 hours into this spacewalk that is scheduled to last around 6.5 hours or so. The 2 cosmonauts continuing to work in efficient fashion as they make their way through the timeline, having begun the spacewalk with the opening of the hatch to the Pirs docking compartment at 9:39 a.m. Central Time this morning. We're currently in a gap between downlink television capability through our tracking and data relay satellite system. We should be regaining our TV downlink from the station to observe the work of the cosmonauts outside the Russian segment of the complex in about 15 minutes.
Я на 15:00.
I'm at 1500.
Держатели. Сейчас затяну.
I am tightening the cable holder. Yes.
Принято. Скажи, пожалуйста, как его здесь привязать? Крепко или вот...
Should it be tied tightly?
Я его подпор очень...
Or I also put it kind of behind the handrail?
Нам потом стыковать.
Because it is going to be untied later. Do not make it too tight.
Олег Валерьевич, повторять.
Yes, do not repeat previous mistakes. Okay, it's done. Abandoned it. And it's under the handrail. You can see it. You can see the label. Copy. The wire tie is next to the holders. 13, I think 1031. 1031. 1030, 1031. Yes.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, вот текст.
Good.
Федор.
Fedor? Yes.
Ну, как обычно, пожелание.
And we would like you to take a breather. 5 minutes rest. Okay.
Время пошло.
Start now.
Время пошло.
Agreed.
So with the crew continuing to work slightly ahead of or right on the timeline for today's work outside of the Russian segment of the station, we've passed the 4.5-hour mark in the spacewalk. Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov that you're looking at a view of from a balcony camera outside of Moscow are advising the crew, Yurchikin and Mazurkin, to take a few minutes breather, to have an opportunity to enjoy the view 260 miles below of the Earth as the International Space Station is currently flying from northwest to southeast over Southeast Asia in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
Да, это на тебя даже можно вытаскивать здесь такая пикинечка небольшая.
Makes a loop.
Я же об этом и говорю, что
That's what I'm saying.
получается.
Слушай, Саш, а если утащить
Саша.
туда на миме втором на кольцевые эту слабину чуть-чуть?
How about pulling the slack towards the circular handrails?
Так а как ее стравить?
How would that be done?
Выбрать просто.
Just pull.
Я имею в виду, там ее надо будет чем-нибудь фиксировать.
But that will need to be secured somehow over there. Only wire tie.
Проблема, ее надо тогда надо будет там.
I can tighten it just and use a wire tie.
Саш, ты не ушел никуда еще?
Sasha, are you still there?
Да. Я на 15:02.
I'm at 15:02.
Сначала поставить.
I'm trying to situate it,
Хорошо.
Там изернетский кабель. Сейчас я его проложу.
the cable. I will
И он
put it in between Russian Egress cables first.
Так, Сереж, а следующее, что было?
Sergey,
Следующее, я иду.
and next move, I'm just moving towards you. And then we'll be working with the second cable.
То есть мне второй кабель уже
The second cable can be already prepared
Ну,
куда-то
в принципе,
притащить.
у тебя еще
and secured.
минуты.
You have 2 more minutes, in fact.
Нет,
I understand,
мне с мозгами еще
but I can work with my mind,
Дальше
even if I'm resting.
закладываем сэповский кабель, причем
Yes, the Russian Egress cable goes next.
Да, да, да.
Understand.
И по направляющим.
And using the guide.
да, по направляющим, а Саша
Yes.
потом уже посмотрим. Саша потом уже.
And Sasha will finish it up.
Кстати, Федор,
Okay, Fyodor?
Да.
Yes.
а у нас на 10:35
How about 10:35? Do we have this cable attached to that handrail? Cable number 1. 10:35? No, nothing is attached there.
ну вот надо будет
На этом самом.
I think it will need to be attached. That's why I assumed. I understand what you are talking about. I can still do it now,
Здесь будет полно всякого этого.
but
А вот когда отведем
it will be busy here.
УКП.
When we move the bundle
да,
away, we'll have more room for it.
вдвоем, аккуратно все. Например, смотри, вот как вариант.
Look, as an option,
Потом я сяду на дверь,
we will
прогорцу
tie it.
пострелю туда, а
Then I will use Strela. Sasha will stay here.
полетит.
Ну ладно, давай,
You know, let's
в принципе, добро на работу есть.
continue now. We have a go to continue.
Сейчас Саша с глубиной разберется.
Sasha will figure out with the slack, and you will be preparing the second cable for now.
Да, проволоки мне здесь много.
I have a lot of wire tie,
Скажем, туда дойти и потихонечку.
and I can start moving that way and then coming from there over here. And Sasha will continue working in place. I am just giving you an idea.
Хорошо.
That way he will not need to have to move extra. Okay, I think.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 40 minutes into the spacewalk by Yurchikin and Mazurkin.
And it is available.
They have taken about a 5-minute breather to regroup and to receive some strategic advice from the flight control team at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. Now they'll press ahead. The stringing of this Ethernet cable between the Zarya module and the Poisk module is essentially complete. Will be wired tied down in place, and then they will press ahead for additional work with the second of 2 power cables that will be strung in the same fashion between the Zarya module and the Poisk module.
To be pulled apart, and it will be probably difficult to translate. I understand.
Я думаю, что вот к моменту, когда
I think
пойдем стыковать разъемы,
by the time we be ready to make the connectors, we will figure out the path for you to go back. Okay.
Тогда прошло, наверное, время.
Okay, the time has passed already for my resting, and I will be preparing the second cable.
Да.
Yes, Sergey?
Наверное,
I think I am right.
последние слова не расслышал.
I didn't quite understand what you said.
Потом, говорю, все обратно иметь в виду. Привязать.
Unintelligible.
Не понял, Федор.
I didn't understand what you said.
Другой, например.
I still didn't understand it further.
Сереж, а УКП это...
Sergey, when will we need a bundle next time?
УКП понадобится нам, когда будем прокладывать кабели между МЛМ и СМ.
For placing cables between MLM and SM.
Поэтому после 35-го
That's why
выхода мы попросим вас, я запланирую
after EVA 35,
времени на то, чтобы его
I planned some
в мешки.
time for you to put it back together in the bag.
Да, то же самое хотели.
Yeah, we were going to propose the same
Конечно, места много.
because it is taking up a lot of room.
Нет, это мы абсолютно понимаем, поэтому разложим опять по мешкам.
Interference.
This is Mission Control Houston. We should be regaining our downlink television capability from the International Space Station shortly as we move to the 4-hour, 45-minute mark into today's spacewalk by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin. They are wrapping up work in the stringing of an Ethernet cable between the Zarya module and the Poisk module that will join two power cables, one of which already in place, the second of which will be tackled by the crew short time from now. All of this cabling is being done in preparation for the arrival of a Russian laboratory module called the Multipurpose Laboratory Module, or MLM, that is scheduled for launch atop a Proton rocket and which will replace the Pirs docking compartment, which for the past 12 years has served as a docking port and an airlock for Russian spacewalks.
Maybe I will pick it up as well. Yes, you can do that.
Так, ну так нормально.
It should be good this way.
Все, Николаевич, иду к вам теперь.
And Fyodor, I'm moving towards you.
Хорошо.
Copy, Sasha.
Федор,
Fyodor? Yes.
а ты что, хочешь идти с кабелем навстречу Саше?
Do you want to carry the cable towards Sasha?
Но
Yes.
не будет там от этого хуже.
Don't you think it will make it worse? What do you mean?
Ну, в смысле того,
Дело
что...
пару петель. Дело в том, что... Смотри.
Back with our television capability, looking out of the helmet camera mounted on the helmet of Alexander Mazurkin, as he and Fyodor Yurchikhin continue to wrap up work in wire tying and securing the Ethernet cable between the Zarya module and the Poisk module. The next task for the crew will be the routing of a second power cable, the second of two such cables, to a connector patch panel that exists in the connection between Zarya and Poisk. Flying just south of the continent of Australia at an altitude of 260 statute miles, a good view of Fyodor Yurchikhin as he carefully wraps up the wire tying of an Ethernet cable that was strung between the Zarya module and the Poisk module. of the International Space Station's Russian segment. This from a camera mounted on the truss of the International Space Station.
Yeah, last time we were losing signal a lot, and it is normal. We just need to restart it periodically.
Yes.
Yes, it is working, the indicator is on. Copy, will check if we have a picture. Yes, we have a picture.
Да, Саш, теперь
Сергей, хотел уточнить, вот эти, хотел уточнить, затягивать
Wanted to clarify.
держатели, которых извернут Федор Николаевич.
Ethernet cable holders will need to be tightened.
Да можно от руки их просто разводя.
Нет, Федор, ну ты
платформа была жесткая.
They need to be tight?
самое. Они расслабляются.
See, they kind of get loosened.
Поэтому ключом.
As they say, you probably need to use a wrench. Yes, you can use the wrench.
Затягиваем, значит, хорошо.
Okay, I'm tightening it now. Good.
As we approach the 5-hour mark into the spacewalk today by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin, just a recap, the two cosmonauts, Expedition 36 flight engineers, opened the hatch to the Piers docking compartment airlock at 9:39 a.m. Central Time, moved outside, Yurchikhin mounting the Strela telescoping boom to be transported across from the Piers to the forward portion of the Zarya module near the U.S. segment of the International Space Station, where, as you can see from this video, they continue to work in tandem in the stringing of a pair of power cables and an Ethernet cable between Zarya and the Poisk module, which is on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. The crew is moving ahead in smart fashion, running essentially ahead of their timeline for the day, with about an hour and 40 minutes to go in the planned timeline for today's activities. Yurchikhin and Mazurkin are conducting the 172nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance, this being the 7th spacewalk in Yurchikhin's career, the second for Mazurkin. The two will venture back outside next Thursday, August 22nd, for yet another EVA, extra-vehicular activity, in which they will replace a laser communications system experiment on the outside of the Zvezda service module with a swiveling platform upon which a small optical telescope will be installed on a future spacewalk. They will also, next Thursday, remove a docking target from the Piers docking compartment that had been used as part of its docking assembly.
Sergey, could you tell us what is the so in the cone at the most unpleasant part? How long should the cable be? How many centimeters at the cone-shaped part? Well, we didn't speak simultaneously. The cables, well, the structure is 10 to 15 centimeters. The cables are routed fine. I think there shouldn't be any problems. Okay, I'm going to pull it out then.
Николаевич, а вы, по-моему, вот этот... А, нет.
Better. No.
Всего. Я думал, вы затянули один.
I was just thinking you pulled that one out. I thought you took one of the holders.
Нет.
No.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've hit the 5-hour mark in the spacewalk today by Fyodor Yurchikhin, who you see working at the forward end of the Zarya module as he strings cabling between Zarya and the Poisk module in preparation for the arrival of the multi-purpose laboratory module that the Russians will launch in a few months atop a Proton rocket. Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin working in concert with one another. This view from Alexander Mazurkin's helmet camera as the crew wraps up the securing of an Ethernet cable that was strung to a connector patch panel between Zarya and the Poisk module. They earlier deployed one of two power cables, the second of which they will move on to working with a short time from now from a cable caddy that is part of a device called the Universal Cable Carrier, a series of reels mounted on a cradle that they brought outside the Piers docking compartment with them when the spacewalk began this morning.
Right now on 1313. Inaudible. Sergey, I think the previous time I said I already tightened them. Let me check. 1306. 1306 should be fine. Okay, that's great. I mean on the horn-looking long end. Yes, they're done. Sasha?
Не хочется 3 минуты просто отдохнуть?
Do you just want to take a 3-minute break, just a break?
Давай, пусть руки немножко.
Let's just give your hands a break. Okay, let's just talk.
Значит, у нас осталась пока не довыполненная работа.
We have not completed an activity on securing test cables on power cables 1035. That power cable 31, and the rest proceed for procedure. Schroeder is going to translate to MRM2, and then you, Sasha, going to remain on pressurized adapter. Well, does it make any sense to swap right now? Do you think we can go the reverse? Sasha? Oh, Sergey.
Смысл просто нам тогда сейчас тут уже здесь менять?
Well, so do you think it makes sense for us to swap? Well, I think I can tighten all the cable holders on the way back.
Yeah.
Okay, we can do that.
Вот этот остался держатель у нас один, да? Сразу до компа. А я сейчас на обратном пути все сделаю.
I think we can do it on the way back. Do you think you'll be able to reach it?
Вот этот? Да. Сейчас попробую. Мне удобнее будет тянуть, Николаевич. Да. Вам же через компарус переходить. Да.
Okay, but we need to.
Давайте я сейчас затяну. И потом...
Right now I'm going to tighten. I'm going to take... Speaking simultaneously. Okay, we'll take a break. Well, it doesn't make sense to for us to hop over each other at such a location. Okay, let's figure out who is actually going to be on the pressurized adapter. I am going to translate there. Okay, you will get there. And Sasha is going to tighten the cable holders. I'm going to unreel it. Then I am going to go and tighten them. That's what I'm talking about. And then you're going to go back. No. Let me talk to Sasha. So right now, I am going to tighten the very last Ethernet holder. And then I'm going to route the power cable. So just as planned. And then I'm going to go tighten it all. While Sasha is doing some of that, I'm going to do something on the pressurized adapter. I'm going to work on the pressurized adapter, and I'm going to put it on the cone. Okay. I think we can agree on who wants to be what. Okay. How is that, Sergey? I agree with your plan. Let's do it this way.
5 hours, 7 minutes into the spacewalk, you can hear that discussion between Fyodor Yurchikhin and Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside Moscow. You're looking at a view of the Russian International Space Station Flight Control Room in charge of today's spacewalk. The pair of spacewalkers, Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin, just about wrapping up the securing of an Ethernet cable at a connector patch panel, wire tying that Ethernet cable off for future routing to the multi-purpose laboratory module once it arrives at the International Space Station. The Ethernet cable, one of 3 such cables being routed today. A power cable number 1 was secured earlier in this spacewalk by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin. They're about to press ahead for the start of work to route the second of the 2 power cables between the Zarya module and the Poisk module.
Holders are secured. Well, yes, they're secured in the locks. They're attached in the locks as well. 1031 are not secured tightly. Well, these are the very last ones. They were tightened by hand.
Хорошо.
Okay.
Сейчас нет, дайте. О, есть. Сейчас я свою заберу. Ага. Есть. Это у меня. Теперь я, значит, спокойно закручиваю сейчас этот вот держатель.
I'm going to feed it into the Ethernet holder. And I'm going to go and unreel the cable.
Саша, я так понимаю, на 13-16 тебе надо будет держатель отвести.
At 13:15, you will need to move the holders out of the way. Okay. Sergey, did we confuse you too much?
Ну, надеюсь, что нет.
I hope not. No. Because, you know, we can. We're speaking on the same wavelength, you know.
держатель.
I hold the holder here, Sergey and Fedor,
Я готов.
when you're ready.
Принято, Саша.
Okay, copy, Sasha.
This is Mission Control Houston. Alexander Mazurkin should be at the cable caddy, or the Universal Cable Carrier as it is known, to begin to play out the second power cable that will be routed through a series of handrails by Fyodor Yurchikhin and tied off at a panel connection port that will establish a temporary connection between the Zarya module and the Poisk module of the International Space Station.
No, it's fine, Fedor.
Как скажешь, я готов буду. Я готов. Все.
Okay, whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
Давай. Ага.
Okay, go ahead.
Чего? Нет, это на кабеле бирка. Как солдат.
There is a tag on the cable, like a soldier dog, like a dog tag.
Веревка залезла на бараш.
The rope is tied to the wing nut on the holder with the barcode number.
Так, ну что, мы начали с этого приспособления.
Okay, did we start working with the power cable?
Хорошо. Федор, ты где сейчас?
Yes. Fedor, where are you?
Я травлю.
I am releasing it.
Принято.
Copy. I prepared all the hooks in advance. I moved them a little bit away.
A good view from the camera mounted on the helmet of Alexander Mazurkin as he works with Fyodor Yurchikhin to route the second of two power cables to a connector patch panel between the Zarya module and the Poisk module. The spacewalk now 5 hours, 20 minutes in duration, everything going ahead of schedule. The crew has been working extremely efficiently throughout the course of the day in this 170-second spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance.
Sergey, I am on 1316.
Вижу, Саша.
I can see it, Sasha.
Хорошо. Фиксирую сначала держать, а потом провожу.
I will first secure the holder and then I will install the cable into it. Affirmative.
Федор,
Oh, Fyodor? Yes?
слушай, а там никаких
Listen, are there any
фотографировать, пока мы на свету?
chances to take a few photos while we're in the sunlight?
Эту трассу я тебе сфотографирую
I will
второго.
take photos of this route at MRM2. Copy
Как она будет
everything,
спокойно.
and it will not be any problem.
Фотографии. Да.
Agreed.
Тогда только тот стык, где
Then
геолокатор
only the interface
по возможности.
Да.
PMH
Попробуем, да. Сейчас я
and
говорю за Сашу.
MRM. Yes. Right now I am
Конечно. Я тебе
watching Sasha.
Да, и,
Yes, I understand. That's why I was asking
да, и,
for your advice before giving you
ну, наверное, так же на этом
a test.
да?
So
31.
I believe it will. That cable will be here on 1031. Yes, exactly.
Ну вот я на этом
Okay. Then
прикреплю ее и
I will secure it on the same
держатели.
handrail, and then I will proceed with locking the holders. Exactly.
Так. И сделаем. А потом Саша
Okay.
будет на пальцах. Кто кого катать будет, если успеет.
Okay. And then we'll be flipping the coin with Sasha, who's going to carry home.
Я думаю, надо Сашу покатать, а, Саша? Я думаю, того, кто будет.
I believe Sasha could use a free ride. Well, probably whoever will be closer will use a chance. Okay.
А потом я боюсь.
And on top of all, I'm afraid.
Нет, просто на самом деле
No, really.
совершенно другое ощущение.
The feeling is so different.
Я когда видел сбоку клея, как его на армию возили, ой,
I remember that sensation when I was next to Clay when he was flying on the arm. Well, that was long time ago.
сингапурских авиалиний.
And there are no flight attendants from Singapore Air here. Okay, we still have 3 hours of work, so let's hold on to that subject. Stop. Okay, sir.
This is Mission Control Houston. That reference by Fyodor Yurchikhin and his conversation with Russian flight controllers pertaining to the first spacewalk that he did in a U.S. spacesuit during Expedition 15, along with former astronaut Clay Anderson, when they ventured outside the Quest airlock of the International Space Station on July 23, 2007, for a 7-hour, 41-minute spacewalk, referencing Anderson holding a huge ammonia reservoir tank that was ultimately discarded by Anderson during that spacewalk as he rode at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm.
you're hidden now. Seriously, I think we should leave it right here and tighten it later.
Федор, метка появилась?
Fedor, do you see the mark? Not yet.
Понятно.
Copy. A little bit more. What I'm saying is we should leave everything as is. And while Sasha is releasing it. Well, I'm at the plate right now. Well, you can arrange everything here.
Федор, надо будет тебе идти сейчас.
Yes, Fedor. As soon as you see the mark, you'll have to start translating. Yes, absolutely. Just as agreed. But right now, I do have a minute. I will tighten 1031. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston at the 5-hour, 34-minute mark into the spacewalk today. The view from Alexander Mazurkin's helmet camera, a good view of the second of the two connector patch panels, to which the second of the power cables is being terminated at the moment. The stringing of this second of two power cables by Fyodor Yurchikhin from the Zarya module's forward end to the Poisk module now almost complete. As the crew continues to work ahead of the timeline, there will be a series of connectors that will be mated right at this patch panel now that its thermal protection flap has been opened up. Mazurkin will connect the various connectors to the correct ports, then close up the panel once again to complete the second routing of this second power cable from Zarya to Poisk. The two power cables that are being routed today by the two cosmonauts, along with an Ethernet cable, will be preparatory work for the launching of the Russian multipurpose laboratory module atop a Proton rocket and its ultimate arrival at the International Space Station to replace the Pirs docking compartment that is nearing the 12th anniversary of its launch as a Russian docking port and airlock for Russian spacewalks.
Okay, 1031 is all tightened. Both holders are in. Sasha, I'm standing by for you to begin releasing the cable. Sasha? Yes?
Я так понимаю, с фиксирующей платой ты заканчиваешь.
I understand that you're almost done with the plate, right? Yes.
Хорошо.
Very good.
Заканчиваю с фиксирующей платой.
Okay, go ahead and finish it up and then release the cable.
У Федора до синей метки. И дальше
until the blue mark on Fedor. And my next proposal would be for you to take a break for about 3 minutes, and further should start translating and tightening the cables in the process. Yes, in the meantime, Sasha will take a short break and then we'll continue. Okay. Next cable.
This is Mission Control Houston. More words from the flight control team in Moscow at the Russian Mission Control Center, basically indicating that Mazurkin and Yurchikin should take a short break of a few minutes, and then they'll pick up work to pick up the slack in the second of these two power cables that have been strung between the Zarya module and the Poisk module of the International Space Station, all preparatory work for the arrival of a new multi-purpose laboratory module that the Russians will launch atop a Proton rocket.
Okay, first blue mark is in my hands. Федор Николаевич, I'm ready. Okay. Okay. A little bit more. Okay, keeps coming. Here are next marks, just a little bit more. Okay.
Федор, у тебя метки есть?
Fedor, do you have the mark? Affirmative. I've already secured them and started translating. Copy. Sasha, take a break.
Пусть немного руки восстановятся.
You need to give your arms a rest. Rehabilitate. Okay, let's give my arms a chance. And after a short rest, I will use the wrench to secure it on 1503. And those are the same for 1501 and 03. Okay. Right now, guys, relax your hands. At least 4 minutes. The timer is on.
Федор, через 7 минут у нас...
Further. Sunset is in 7 minutes. Copy.
Сергей, сейчас давайте я лучше нет.
Sergey, I'd rather take my break during eclipse.
Давай, Саш.
Okay, Sash. It's not hard thing that I need to do right now. Okay.
Продолжай, если не отдохнешь.
All right, please proceed and take a break at sunset. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. The International Space Station is passing into an orbital sunset, about to fly to the south of Ireland and over London on this orbit of the Earth. Fyodor Yurchikhin in the 7th spacewalk of his career, and Alexander Mazurkin in the 2nd of his career. Now 5 hours 45 minutes into today's excursion to string a pair of power cables and an Ethernet cable between the Zarya module of the International Space Station and the Poisk module in preparation for the arrival and further hookup of cabling to a new multipurpose laboratory module that the Russians will launch on a Proton rocket to replace the Pirs docking compartment. The spacewalk is in the home stretch as Yurchikhin and Mazurkin work in tandem to pick up the slack on this second power cable that was routed through a series of handrails between Zarya and Poisk and to wire tie it in place. It is unlikely that any other tasks will be added to today's spacewalk. One get-ahead task was accomplished, that being the installation of the second of 2 gap spanners between the Poisk module and the Zvezda service module earlier in today's excursion. Those gap spanners serve as a translation path, if you will, between various modules on the Russian segment of the International Space Station where no handrails exist. During the spacewalk today, with Yurchikhin and Mazurkin working outside, Station Commander Pavel Vinogradov and NASA flight engineer Chris Cassidy have been isolated in the Poisk module of the International Space Station and their Soyuz TMA-08M spacecraft, as the flight rules call for. Karen Nyberg, the NASA flight engineer, and her crewmate, Luca Parmitano of the European Space Agency, have been moving about the U.S. segment of the complex, conducting scientific research and other end-of-the-week maintenance activities. The 6 crew members plan a fairly relaxing weekend coming up before they press back into action on Monday. Yurchikhin and Mazurkin, particularly, with no time to lose, will be reviewing today's spacewalk with specialists at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov on Monday, recharging the batteries for their Russian Orlan spacesuits and reviewing timeline activities and procedures for their next excursion out of the Pirs docking compartment next Thursday, just 6 days from now, in which they'll conduct yet another spacewalk to this time remove a laser communication system experiment from the hull of the Zvezda service module and replace it with a swiveling platform that will house a small optical telescope to be installed on a future spacewalk after that. They also will remove a docking target from the Pirs docking compartment.
1303.
1303 is secured. Copy. Expressed.
На 1501.
1501 is also secured.
Наручники 13.0.
Cable holders on 1306.
Завязал.
I tied 1500. Tied white eye. Copy, Sasha.
Федор, Саш,
Fyodor, Sasha.
есть предложение
We propose
10 минут.
to rest for 10 minutes. Sergey, I haven't done much at all. I will be very slow. Let me just get to the next one. Okay, I understand.
Давай, все, у тебя 10 минут.
And then you have 10 minutes, you know. I started the time. I will get cold in 10 minutes.
Во-первых, это самое, вы за счет теплоощущений.
And how you feeling? Feeling okay? Actually, I warmed up already.
Давай,
Okay, Sasha.
я за счет...
I checked 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes rest. Okay, disappeared.
Доблестный компарус. Он уже должен быть под твою фигуру. Компарус?
That should match me.
Саш,
Okay.
Все, да. Стою.
а зачем тебе идти на мин?
You don't need to go to MIM. You can stay where you are.
Не, я никуда не...
I'm not planning to go anywhere.
Просто пал там, застрял, я вот репетировал.
Just the tether is stuck here, so I'm going to stay here.
Сейчас, чтобы руки...
You need to restore your hands now.
Саш, как чувствуешь себя?
Sash, how are you doing? Yes, great.
Ну, давай тогда продолжим.
Okay, let's continue. Okay.
Так,
Okay.
что у нас здесь?
Да, можешь теперь переходить спокойно на мир.
You can go to MIM right now.
Только надо не забыть чем переходить. Не будете возражать, Сергеевич, если я и уж третий кабель...
Wouldn't you mind if I will also
Не буду.
attach the third cable to 6008? I would not mind. Okay.
Фиксировал кабель на 60.
Attach the cable to 6008. Copy.
Тебе зеркало не мешает работать?
Поднимаю, что
How about the top of it? It's not interfering. No, it's not.
получилось очень даже
It's actually very good.
Но если считаешь, что больше нигде прихватывать не
So
надо,
if you think it does not need to be secured anywhere else,
сейчас я имею в виду глубину от 15,2 и туда дальше.
unintelligible.
Сейчас я скажу точно, что
I'll tell you exactly what I think I need.
Ethernet все-таки длинный.
Ethernet cable is long.
Саш, имей в виду, это
Sasha, this is Ethernet. Just keep it in mind. I understand.
Я понимаю, что это Ethernet.
I understand it's Ethernet.
потому что мы с Олегом одно время разговаривали с Котовым.
I talked to Oleg Kotov some time ago.
Он говорит, лишнего перегнешь, потом
He said if you bend it
по этим мегабайтам.
anytime extra, you will be paying with megabytes for it.
Я понял ваш...
I copy your hint.
Это типа ты для Олега стараешься?
So, are you trying extra for Oleg?
Ему словить. Так, 13.
Okay, 1310.
Принято.
Copy.
Принято.
А, нет, не придет.
No,
А базу-то хорошо проверь.
I have to check it again.
Это же... А ты мне не подсказал.
Нет, база была затянута.
Это нет.
That one was
Да?
tightened.
Как-то она мне не понравилась.
I didn't like it.
Ну, подтяни, но мы затягивали.
I tighten it more. if you need to, but it has been tightened, I understand.
Вторую тоже проверить.
I'll check the other one as well.
Давай на всякий случай, да, действительно.
Yes, why not?
This is Mission Control Houston. We have hit the 6-hour mark into today's spacewalk. We're in the home stretch as Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin are taking up the slack along the series of handrails through which they strung the second of 2 power cables from the Zarya module's forward section to the Poisk module, which is an intermediary stopping point en route to its ultimate destination, which will be electrical connections on the multi-purpose laboratory module once it arrives at the International Space Station following its launch atop a Russian Proton rocket. That new MLM, as it is known by its acronym or the name Nauka, the Russian word for science, will be used in a 3-fold fashion as a research laboratory, a new docking port replacing the Pirs docking compartment that will be jettisoned, and an airlock for future Russian spacewalks.
Copy, Sasha.
The 2 spacewalkers began their day's activities with the opening of the hatch to the Pirs docking compartment at 9:39 a.m. Central Time today. They moved out with Yurchikhin riding a telescoping boom named Strela, the Russian word for arrow, from the operator's post area near the Pirs docking compartment all the way out to the forward portion of the Zarya module to begin setting up all of the tools and equipment and a universal cable carrying reel housing 3 sets of cables, the 2 power cables that have been strung and 1 Ethernet cable that was routed appropriately earlier today. All 3 of those major tasks were completed, along with the other major task of today's EVA, the securing of a new panel of material science samples called the Vinoslavost experiment, the Russian word for endurance, that will be housed on a handrail on the Poisk module of the International Space Station to collect data on the effect of the microgravity environment on those material science samples.
You probably have to go back to thermal adapter. You can go further. Oh, no. Why? Maybe Sasha should go. Okay, you can try. And I will see you off. What questions do you have? There's nothing else to do. You know, let's go together. Maybe we'll be just helping each other. Okay, sounds good. Or we can just use Strela to return to the operator post. Guys, stop.
Давайте поговорим.
Let's talk.
Смотри, Федор,
See,
ты сможешь
Федор,
разобраться с 2 этими кабелями?
will you be able to figure it out by yourself what to do with the cables with the US ends? Yes, but I think you wanted also to take photos.
Ситуация такая, за бортом.
But the thing is that we have 6 hours and 7 minutes already that you've been working. Then how about we use Strela? Okay, Sergey, copy. And I will go to the operator post. I will get there, I will rest. You will continue. You will rest and yet you will just travel. I think that will be better. That would be more correct. Copy. Fyodor, when you are done with the US connectors, we will be in insulation. Yes. And then you'll have a chance to take photos and we'll be getting out. We'll have 18 minutes till insolation. All right. I'd like to take some pictures.
Сергей Сергеевич, у вас там образ сложился по камере, как дела здесь стоят?
And can you see the cables on the cone? Does it look all right? I mean, all the cables. Or do I need to turn my head somewhat so that you will see, you will have a better view? We will have a picture not soon. We don't have a picture now. Oh, okay.
Поэтому давай потихонечку.
Тогда я иду, забираю фал.
Then I will get the adjustable tether.
Этот фал.
Yes.
Перемещайся в сторону.
And move towards the operator post.
В сторону поста оператора.
All right.
This is Mission Control Houston. The direction from the flight control team at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside Moscow, indicating that the crew, which has been working extremely efficiently and right on the timeline since the beginning of the spacewalk this morning, should catch a few minutes of rest at this point, have an opportunity while it is still orbital daylight to document all the work it has accomplished in routing 2 power cables and an Ethernet cable from the Zarya module to a connection point at the Poisk module, after which they will assess where we're at with the overall elapsed time for today's activities and in all likelihood tell the crew that it is time to return to the Piers docking compartment airlock.
I think it's not bad here at all. It's almost beautiful. The only nuance, the Ethernet cable is not always between Russian Nicholas SEP cables. Between 15.3 and 15.02, it is crossing over the first Russian Nicholas cable on the cone. There's no other way to place them. Unfortunately, I'm not hearing you very well right now. I will speak a little louder. No. That's just a reticom, that's all. Let's talk about it later. When you get to the operator post, we'll talk when you are there. Okay. Fyodor, how are you? I am basically next to the cone, to the thermal adapter. Yes, to the pressurized adapter. Yes. I passed by Paros. I'm here by the bundle again.
Сбой был.
You're breaking up.
Еще раз. Сбой был. Практически.
Annex to copy.
Принято.
Copy.
Принято. 10:30.
10:31. Handrail. Copy.
Принято. Вот стою 10:31, 10:30, 10:50.
10:31, 10:30, 10:50.
Есть СЭС-2 и СЭС-1 кабели.
I will start with the first two cables.
Так как бы не сильно так. Все, я понимаю. Значит, их надо
So they should be
в движении расположить и
placed in parallel.
Правильно.
Yes.
тогда начну с СЭС-1.
I will start with S1. Correct.
Федор, значит, это самое. Лучше всего к стойке 10:35. Вот.
10:35. Stanchion is the best. Right in front. 10:35. That's in parallel to the target here. That's the one I was thinking about.
То есть они как вот параллельно идут, так параллельно лягут около меня.
So in parallel next to, on both sides of the target, placed in parallel to each other. Correct.
Сергей Сергеевич,
Sergey,
я на посту оператора.
I am at the operator post. Copy, Sasha. And I have the adjustable tether. Yes.
Пока мы Федору мешать не будем, расскажи, что
Вы-
ты хотел сказать.
Okay, we'll leave Fyodor alone for now, and you'll tell us what you wanted to tell me.
Хотел сказать, что
I wanted to say the Ethernet cable supposed to be between Russian Ingress cables, but at 1553 through 1501, it is actually crossing the first Russian Ingress cable because it's at 1500. It will not be other way to place them differently. This is not too bad. And
я хотел уточнить с вами
I also wanted to discuss with you
маршрут моего передвижения.
how would I move from the operator post to DC.
Да, получается? Будет быть.
Uh,
Я думал, палка. Палка, в смысле?
by Strela, I think. Yeah,
Но ему по бороде надо будет.
along. Breaking up.
Это самое кольцо-то с этой
But the ring is on this side.
Ну, это все понятно, да.
That's understood.
Ну, Саша, осторожно, на свету, я думаю, это будет...
But I think it will be faster to do that in installation than using handrails.
Хорошо.
All right,
Договорились.
agreed.
Так, а то, что он ложится...
And the fact that it is sitting on top here, is it all right?
31.
Are you talking about?
Ты понимаешь, я бы вот...
This is Mission Control Houston. Conversation ongoing with the Russian flight control team, which now appears to be inclined to offer an extension for today's spacewalk for Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin by a few minutes so that they can retract the Strela boom, the telescoping boom that was used to transport Fyodor Yurchikhin with the universal cable carrier from the operator's post at the Piers docking compartment airlock all the way out to the forward end of the Zarya module for the start of today's work to
Yes.
route a pair of power cables from Zarya to the Poisk module, as well as an Ethernet cable. The extension of the spacewalk was always a get-ahead task that was built into the timeline if the crew was up to the task, and if the crew had worked ahead of the timeline, which they have been throughout the course of the day. So we'll be standing by for further words, but it now appears as if they will complete the work to retract the Strela boom and to cradle it by the airlock hatch at the Piers docking compartment where it normally resides.
Adjust Strela. I probably will not be touching the back part of Strela. That will be faster. You think about it, what the support is going to be. The support should be there. We can remove it during EVA 35. You can leave it on Strela boom. Sure, let's keep it on Strela boom. That's what I'm talking about. Okay.
Так. Поручень 10:30.
10:35. 31.
Американские
US connectors. Yes.
Закрепил?
Did you attach them?
Или занимаешься?
Oh, it's in work. Yes.
Принято.
Copy.
Не, ну вот
Finishing.
Хорошо.
Tightening it.
говорили.
Да.
Саш, ты как? Я нормально.
How is it? It's normal.
Не так быстро, как в прошлый раз.
Not as fast as last time. Interference.
Так, есть.
Copy.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, на них ни чехлов, ничего нету, поэтому...
So, no covers here, so I guess we'll leave it in this condition.
Чехлов там нет.
Yes, no covers.
Свои визуальные оценки.
But what will your visual assessment?
Которые там лежат.
It should not be a problem to mate the connectors that are sitting there. Do you think?
Тут такой...
You know, this tail, if it would be like half a meter longer, it would be able to throw it to the US segment. The connectors are facing opposite from each other. Two towards the US segment and one is facing our side. This is how it should be. Correct. Okay.
Так, и этот аналогично.
And this one similar.
Только на 10:30. Да, да.
Correct.
Да, вопросов нет.
Copy. Interference.
Inaudible.
Саш.
Да, Сергей Сергеевич.
Слушай, давай, ты набирайся сил.
Sasha, okay. Get some energy, get a break, and let Fodor finish while Fodor is finishing up.
Ну, как ты себя вообще чувствуешь? по температуре, по
Well, how are you feeling? Temperature, your overall well-being?
Хорошо, а вот к нему прилип. Меня
Why are you bugging him?
чувствует он. А что, кого-то что-то смущает?
Oh, how about asking
ничего не
me?
смущает.
Are you bothered? Are you worried about something specific? No, everything is fine.
Просто у нас за бортом 6 часов 25 минут.
It's just 6 hours, 5 minutes outside.
Связь такая.
Inaudible.
Это, наверное, связь.
It must be the comm.
Федор, был небольшой период связи. Что-нибудь говорили?
Were you saying anything?
Сразу скажешь, и тут же
It's just you would say something and then you
цену набиваешь. А это был период.
you say something and then you stop. It looks like you're trying to raise the stakes, and as a matter of fact, it's just calm.
Совсем не так, как было раньше.
Well, you see, calm this time is not like it used to be.
Особенно много фона и
There's a lot of background noise, static.
Значит, на 10,
At 10:30,
кабель, 27 КСМ,
27 KSM
15, 150,
15153
20, 19,
0 закрыт.
dash 3. I am closing the.
Один в нашу закреплен.
Принято, Федор.
I'm closing
Где-то с
the
полметра.
connector to the
Хорошо.
in the direction of the US segment. Okay, copy.
Ну что, я предлагаю заняться мероприятием, Федор.
Well, I recommend you start the following activity, Fyodor, is clean up.
Все-таки сфотографировать вот
And if possible, take a photograph
Рассвет.
of this location.
Потому что сейчас могу, конечно.
Well, I can try to take a photograph
Нет, минуту.
under these lamps. Well, another, say, 5 minutes or so.
Ребят, ну я возьму сейчас фотоаппарат на себя.
Well, I can take a.
На себе. Вот ребята, которые здесь будут соединять, они должны все-таки подтянуть.
Oh, they can. They will need to tighten the cables. What do you mean?
Понял, да? Ну, потому что один провис вот этот, хотя он маркерами на 1031 прилеплен.
А, хорошо, Федор, я понял.
Пошел рассвет, да. Так, пошел рассвет.
Okay, the sun is coming up.
Хорошо.
Okay, so I'm going to try take photographs. Okay, which direction should I rotate it to?
Ногами опора была. Так.
Inaudible?
Так, лишнее, сейчас, ну что, здесь у нас лишняя проволока.
Well, we have excessive wire. Let me pull that up.
Которую мы с тобой
Okay, the one we left.
две прикрутили,
We did the one we
твои ребята
didn't
так все прикрутили как надо.
because the guy secured it the way it should be.
Вот эта штука, конечно, очень классная.
Well,
За исключением как...
except for cable holders, the rest here is just
Ну вот видишь,
really making our day. Well, you see,
ее.
you know what you were saying. bad. We don't want it. It is still so good. When we saw the cables, to tell you the truth, we were thinking.
Да, начиналось, я серьезно говорю, что были думы без нее пойти.
Ну что, я рад за то, что мы все-таки умеем еще делать.
Well, we're glad that we're still able to make tools that help the crews do their work. Yes, that's true.
Проволоку зацепил, ключ на место.
This is Mission Control Houston. As we approach the 6.5-hour mark into the spacewalk today, this view from we were watching the view from the helmet camera of Alexander Mazurkin back at the operator's post at the base of the 46-foot-long Strela boom that was used to transport Fyodor Yurchikhin and a universal cable carrier, 3 cable reels basically on a cradle, over to the Zarya module for the start of today's work, in which the crew worked in tandem to route a pair of power cables and an Ethernet cable from the Zarya module to the Poisk module in advance of the arrival of the Russian multipurpose laboratory module to be launched on a Russian Proton rocket.
Wow.
The decision was made to retract the Strela boom as a get-ahead task, with the crew in good shape and working essentially ahead of its timeline today. The cradle in which the cable carrier was housed will remain on the Strela boom and will be retrieved during the next spacewalk next Thursday by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin. The actual cable reel itself will be brought back inside the Piers docking compartment.
Around you. You're talking about the handrails? Yeah, it's just raining stars.
Саш, пока базируюсь.
Sasha, all your...
Самое, так, в 2 словах, польза этого MUT в этой работе.
Some information about using MUT during this activity of...
Взял бы ты его сейчас еще раз. Не, не взял бы.
Oh, do you think you would use it? No, I wouldn't use MUT.
Хорошо.
Okay.
Хорошо.
Ага. Ну, знаешь, сколько ни говори халва.
Well, but you know, no matter how many times you're saying sweet, you know, we'll make it all sweeter.
Промазали.
You know where we missed a thing or two? Where?
Вот сейчас у тебя нет фотоаппарата.
Right now, you do not have a camera.
А было бы...
Well, who knew? Speaking simultaneously.
Ну, это да.
Yes, I agree. It's a myth.
А мы с Федором думали...
And Fyodor and myself, Pavel,
Знаешь, здесь надо...
well, you know, we need to position ourselves here somehow. I will try.
И не позбывать при этом.
And at the same time, we need to make sure we don't knock things down all around us. Do you see the camera right now? You see our cables right now? Yes. Basically, there are no loose cables. There are no loops, but at the same time, they're not too tight.
Нет, да, это бесполезно.
Well, you know, it's useless.
Федор, заканчивай.
Fyodor, finish up.
Складывай стрелу.
Finish up. We're going to fold Strela.
Все за поручень какой-нибудь.
I mean, secure it to a handrail.
Ёлки. Знаешь, в ноги некуда.
You know, there's nowhere to put my feet even.
Давай, садитесь на УКП.
Okay.
Я же меня в другую сторону.
Well, go to UKP. Well, no, I think I'm going the other direction.
Для того, чтобы сфотографировать, надо устроиться.
In order to take photographs, you need to
Здесь кабели.
get comfortable.
Вот сюда, влево, Фим, глянь.
We'll take a look here.
Вот прям под левой рукой. О, молодец.
Here under your left hand.
Вы там Федор?
Inaudible.
Да не, нормально. А ты эту...
Да, еще 2 минуты.
Очки сними. Фотозащиты.
Take your protective goggles off.
Кто этих ежиков понастроил?
Whoever even set up those porcupine-like structures.
Федор.
Да.
Fyodor,
Закончили. Надо уходить.
wrap it up. You need to go. Okay, that's it.
Да.
Yes.
Такой кардебалет мне не нужен.
I don't need this ballet-like
Мне тоже. Перестегнуться.
movements. I need to
Да, давай, заготовь стрелу к отстыковке.
get ready to
Возвращаться домой.
with the Strela. Get ready with the Strela, and we'll be going back home.
Время за бортом 6 часов 37 минут.
Okay, time outside, guys. 6 hours 37 minutes. Copy. Okay, we're wrapping it up.
Так, фотоаппарат.
Camera is inside. The crew log bag is closed.
Принайтован. Так, Сань, прихожу я. Так, отстыковываю УКП.
I'm going to disconnect UKP.
Все, чтобы он свободный был. Чтобы сюда не возвращаться.
So make sure it's all free, so we don't have to come back.
Так. Сереж, извини с фотографиями, но
I'm sorry about the photographs. If we had at least 10 minutes.
жизни.
Нет, все, возвращай.
No, guys, go back.
Да, я тебе потом побавите нарисую.
Okay, I will
Так, иду.
do a drawing later. Okay, I'm going to the base.
At the 6-hour, 35-minute mark into the spacewalk, Alexander Mazurkin and the view from his helmet camera at the operator's post at the base of the 46-foot-long Strela boom. Strela being the Russian word for arrow, the telescoping boom that helps to transport crew members from one area of the Russian segment of the station to another during their spacewalks.
Принято.
Okay, copy.
Fyodor Yurchikhin is back at the forward area of the Zarya module, wrapping up a few final photographs and some cleanup work before he will be ready to rejoin Mazurkin as well. And for the Strela boom to be retracted and secured at the Piers docking compartment. And that will be the end of today's spacewalk with the crew members moving back inside Piers to close the hatch and complete this 172nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance.
Значит, как там тело? Тело переменные.
Flying 260 miles over the South Pacific, Yurchikhin and Mazurkin have completed all of their work for today's spacewalk, having moved outside the Piers docking compartment at 9:39 a.m. Central Time today.
Battery to the solar array, and if we let go, it can pull up.
Может, вы тогда один фал сразу пристегнете, а один я сразу на кольцо поставлю.
Okay, then I will put one.
Вот, а второй, это потом.
I'll secure one to the ring.
И где у нас, с той стороны?
Okay, that's on that side. So from this side. It's usual that Cedric got under the cable. See, today we are the cable people. You know, I'm going to secure it here right away. I'm going to secure it to also Sasha. Can you lift the strobe a little bit so we can see Fyodor?
Саш, я аккуратненько опору и держу стрелу.
Okay, I'm going to hold Trella. Okay. I'm going to lift you a little bit from the radiator. He's saying... Yes, I see everything, Fyodor Nikolaevich. Just don't shake it. Notable.
Да, должны быть все. Сейчас опора не спешит. Все, опора. Ага. Соскочил.
Okay, yes, the base itself. I'm going to be here on this side, so it doesn't go in the other direction. I'm going to lift it a little bit. Go ahead. So it's moving. Yes.
And as you can see, Alexander Mazurkin now using the hand crank at the operator's post of the Strela boom to begin its retraction back toward the Piers docking compartment, where it will be stowed with the cradle that housed the universal cable carrier still
very precise movement.
Tied down to the end effector of that Strela boom. It will stay out there. The carrier itself will be brought inside, but the cradle upon which those 3 reels of cable were housed, that will remain tied down to the end effector of the Strela to be retrieved by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin next Thursday during their next spacewalk.
Okay, we're going to go starboard and up in relation to FGB. Okay. Inaudible. Inaudible. Inaudible out interference. Inaudible. Are you ready to proceed? Okay, let's go on. Well, I can already move my hands over here and look at you. Sasha, look, there's the antenna. We're moving right above it. Okay, shoulder up. Yes, up in relation to your body. Hold on. Let's fold. Oh, do you see the boom? Yes, I do. So now I'm folding. Okay, I will not see how much to fold right now to retract. Well, the middle of the solar array should be your reference point. Okay.
Reversing path from what was the case earlier today at the start of the spacewalk, Fyodor Yurchikhin affixed to the end of the 46-foot-long Strela boom with the universal cable carrier now empty of 3 reels of cable, 2 power cables and an Ethernet cable, in all about 120 feet of cable that was routed from the Zarya module to the Poisk module and affixed to a connector, a patch panel in all 3 cases, 3 separate patch panel, or 2 separate patch panels for the 2 power cables, the Ethernet cable, a wire tied down to a handrail. All of this work in advance of the launching of a Russian laboratory module on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. That launch no earlier than the end of this year.
Race, the one that's hanging on the beam. So it's not going to affect the retraction. That's what I meant. No, everything is fine. We're doing fine. Sasha, would you move up a little bit? No, I'm just going to move the support up a little bit. So should I continue? Yes, please. Okay. That's it. I'll go on. Just I'm trying to avoid a situation where it's going to move in that direction on the solar arrays. Ricky, do you remember, was it fully collapsed, fully folded? Well, we'll get to the middle. We'll stop. I'm talking about the middle of the solar array. And then we'll start moving. Do you know where to... where to move? Because I don't see the position yet. Inaudible? I think it's enough retraction already.
Так, теперь мы поедем.
Okay, now we're going to go up.
Концом еще не очень хорошо идем. Да.
I think it's
Американский радиатор.
moving pretty well, yes. And this is the U.S. Segment radiator.
О, Сань, закончим мы эту работу, приедем на эти острова.
Well,
Да, это мои любимые.
these are my favorite islands.
Атоллы. Кошечка.
We'll go after we're done with work.
А Борис там тоже замерз. А Владимирович тоже хочет.
I think Pavel Vladimirovich wants to go to the islands as well.
Так, я к радиатору приближаюсь.
I'm getting closer to the radiator.
Так, теперь можно поедем.
Okay. Now we can move.
Налево. Налево не едут, налево ходят.
To the left.
Ходите.
Well, you don't ride to the left. You walk. You go to the left. Oh, you can go to the left and sideways.
Так. Может, вот еще что-то, ну ладно, давайте поедем.
Okay.
Да,
Motion port side.
смотрю. Не, мы по углом идем.
We're going at an angle.
Проходим.
No, I think we'll fit through.
На ИСО вы так сможете прицелиться?
Could you?
Не, ну не сейчас. Да, вижу, какой конечно.
Could you aim?
Небо нашу красивую. Так, батарея мы
We've
Я так
we've passed the solar rays.
пока.
Hold on.
Я скажу, куда пройдем.
I will let you know when we pass the
Да, да.
solar rays.
Нам там видно ее, нет? Кого? Ну, что мы сейчас батареи вверх пройдем. А, всё.
Can you see to?
Да, я...
Can you see that we're passing the solar rays? Yes, I see it.
Я вижу. О, отлично.
Okay, that's great.
Almost 7 hours into the spacewalk, Fyodor Yurchikhin nearing his final destination back at the Piers docking compartment, being reeled in by Alexander Mazurkin at the operator's post at the base of the telescoping Strelaboom that was used earlier today to transport Yurchikhin to the forward portion of the Zarya module with 3 reels of cable, 2 power cables and an Ethernet cable that were routed and
I don't see you.
put in place to span the distance between the Zarya module and the Poisk module in preparation for the arrival of a new laboratory complex, the multi-purpose laboratory module, to be launched on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
Стоп.
Stop.
В сторону выходим.
We went too far to the side. And yes, you are standing in parallel. Okay.
Так, зацеп.
Okay, let me fix it. Together.
Время прошли мы.
Did we pass the line?
Хочу остановиться.
I want to stop.
Стоп у нас.
Stop.
Батареи. Да, я
Solar ray, yes.
Все можно потихонечку.
Okay, we can lower it slowly.
Я сейчас развернусь.
Let me turn around.
Там если надо будет еще подложить или выдвинуть, то скажи.
You'll need to extend it. Yes, I will let you know.
Так, Саш, чуть-чуть вправо.
Sasha, just a bit to the right. And where is right? Okay, now. Straight and down.
Федор, едем к...
Okay. Further. We're moving towards the Skaka. Stop. Yes. Stop.
И теперь такие...
And now, move carefully and lower down.
Стоп. Вы не хотите...
Stop. Do you feel like going to the other side? Stand by. I'm not rotating. Yes. I'm translating to the other side.
Соскочу. Хорошо. Да, мишень как у нас?
How is target doing? I will move it a bit to the right. But so far, don't worry about contact. It's not a threat right now.
Так. Так.
Okay. I have tether in my hand.
Так,
Stop.
стоп, стоп, стоп.
Stop, stop, stop.
Так. Все.
Okay.
Нет, а я ее
It's secured.
подтянули, а потом...
You retracted it, but then when you'll be extending it again, you know what? I will retract КД,
Сброшу его туда.
put it down. Is that okay? Yes.
Да, и потом я чуть-чуть ее... Да.
And then,
Фиксирую его. Потом мы...
again, I will
Пока он там...
secure it, and then, while it's still there,
Федор,
Further,
Владимир Алексеевич тебе говорит, что...
Vladimir Alexeyevich is reminding you that you are outside for 7 hours by now. Thank you, Vladimir Alexeyevich, but you see,
Фу-фу.
we're doing great so far.
Спасибо, ребята.
And thank you, Zvezda guys.
Патроны,
Все, давай,
And thank you for the lives.
причаливай.
Okay, Fyodor. Berthen and going home. Okay, yes.
я вам каплю за...
The Strela boom has been fully retracted and is now tied down to a series of handrails near the hatchway to the Piers docking compartment. The crew just 2 minutes shy now of a 7-hour spacewalk, so they'll exceed that by a few minutes. The next task for the crew will be to take an inventory of all of their tools and to move back inside the Piers docking compartment, remove the protective ring around the hatchway, and then close the hatch to mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
Так, есть. Сейчас
Okay.
Так. Ручку. Фиксации.
A handle,
Замок.
a lock.
Николай, сильно ее вправо не
Nikolai,
отмет вправо.
don't let it go to...
This spacewalk today will be the longest Russian spacewalk conducted since Yurchikhin joined NASA astronaut Clay Anderson outside in a U.S. Spacesuit EVA outside of the Quest airlock during Expedition 15 back on July 23, 2007. At that time, out of the 7 spacewalks Yurchikhin has conducted, 6 of them now in Orlan spacesuits. That one lasting 7 hours 41 minutes was conducted in U.S. spacesuits out of the Quest airlock.
Федор, и как только будет возможность, Саша,
Further, as soon as you have a chance, Sasha will have to translate because he still has certain, length to cross. Yes,
Все понятно.
I understand.
Есть.
Here we go.
Ты как, Саш? Я нормально, как бы.
Are you okay? We're fine.
Если там стрел, подопустите свою силу тягать, скажите.
Okay, tell me if you want to release it. No, I am not.
Что?
I am trying to take care of Strela.
Тут антенны еще одни.
Okay, there are more antennas. Okay, that's it. Now I'm disconnecting OKP, and then we'll be retracting. We'll be extending the Strela. Okay, just watch me. Okay, I'm watching.
Так, КП свободен.
Okay, OKP is free.
принято.
Copy. No. Did you lower it? Just a moment. Let me move ОКП here. See if I can contact antenna. No, you cannot. Okay, that's not too bad. And now? ОКП is down now. For now. Okay. Okay. Okay, Федор, Sasha. Okay, go ahead and start transferring. Move. Because in 9 minutes we will lose you for 10 minutes. Copy. And by that time, we want you to have your sublimator on. Activated. No, not now. On our go. Okay.
Саш, переходи. Надо успеть.
Sasha, translate. Yes, I started moving.
This is Mission Control Houston. The International Space Station is flying just to the northwest of a swirling mass of clouds out in the Gulf of Mexico, just north of the Yucatan Peninsula, that the National Hurricane Center has been keeping its eye on, with a 50% chance for possible tropical development over the next 48 hours and a 60% chance over the next 5 days as it moves slowly and meanders to the north-northwest of the Yucatan Peninsula.
Hopefully, I'll be next to come inside. Yes, I also wanted to tell you, go inside. Well, Sasha is approaching me too. Yes, we can see him.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are...
I'm bringing in UKP. Very good. Unintelligible. It doesn't copyright. Well, one tether happened to be shorter than required, but that's okay. UKP is inside. Copy, Fedor. Let me secure it.
Так, Федор. Саша.
Fedor? Sasha, yes.
Через 3 минуты.
In 3 minutes, we'll lose you for 10 minutes, and here is the plan.
Федор, ты заходишь...
Fedor, your Ingress DC-1. Sasha stays on EVA ladder. And then, okay, I copy. Sasha approaches EVA ladder and turns off sublimator. Copy.
Если мы не...
And we'll be waiting for the com. Should you not have us on the loop? Because there will be no com, you are going to close the hatches. Okay?
Сушиться будете.
And start drying. Sasha, Fedor? Sublimator should be turned off best when Sasha will be on the EVA ladder. And then, after you close the hatch, go to dry and normal. Okay, agreed.
Саша, обязательно посмотреть
Sasha,
поверхность люка.
make sure you check the interface surface of the hatch if you'll be closing it on your own. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, now officially 7 hours, 13 minutes into the spacewalk, as Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin are wrapping it all up, following a spacewalk in which they achieved all of their objectives to string 2 power cables and an Ethernet cable from the Zarya module to the Poisk module, and to install a panel of material science experiments on handrails on the Poisk module. The spacewalk now just 2 minutes shy of the longest spacewalk conducted in history by Russian cosmonauts. The previous record, 7 hours, 16 minutes, held by Anatoly Soloviev and Alexander Balandin on July 17, 1990, to repair thermal insulation on the outside of the Mir space station.
And as soon as the com will be back, well, that's it.
And we've gone out of range, as luck would have it, right at the end of this spacewalk. We've gone out of range of our communications satellites. We should be picking up voice communications about 9 minutes from now. As we mentioned earlier in the record books, Fyodor Yurchikhin, who is wrapping up this 7th spacewalk in his career, spent 7 hours, 41 minutes outside the International Space Station on a U.S. spacewalk in U.S. spacesuits back on July 23rd, 2007, with former astronaut Clay Anderson, a spacewalk that was highlighted by Anderson carrying a huge and spent ammonia tank that he discarded, jettisoning it from the end of the space station's Canadarm2. This is Mission Control Houston as we await a reacquisition of signal with the International Space Station through our tracking and data relay satellite system. We've been talking about records here and now have passed the mark for the longest Russian spacewalk in history as Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin have eclipsed the mark of 7 hours and 16 minutes set 23 years ago by Anatoly Soloviev and Alexander Balandin in a spacewalk conducted outside of the Mir space station. The longest spacewalk ever by anyone was a U.S. spacewalk conducted back on March 11th, 2001 during the STS-102 mission to the International Space Station. Jim Voss and Susan Helms conducted an 8-hour, 56-minute spacewalk on that day. This is Mission Control Houston, about 3 minutes away from regaining our signal voice communications with the International Space Station after this period of passing out of range of communications through our tracking and data relay satellite system. We expect that when we do regain communications, both Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin will be back inside the Pirs docking compartment and preparing to close the hatch if they haven't already closed the hatch. We will try to ascertain the exact time of the hatch closure if it has occurred, so we can have an accurate time for the end of today's spacewalk, which the clock is currently ticking at 7 hours and 22 minutes.
Ребят, слышите меня?
Guys, do you read me now?
Ребят, слышите
Yes,
меня?
yes.
Ну, где мы находимся?
737. What are we?
Я же говорю, Сушка ТО 7:30. Я внутри. У меня Сушка
I have
уже 7:40.
do drying.
Я нахожусь
7:45. I'm inside. Sasha is on EVA.
похожее время. 7:40.
Led closer there, and he has to move them. Sasha, why you're not getting in?
Но мы ждем Сушка ТО, пока закончится.
We are
Ты сказал, Сушка ТО.
waiting for to drying to complete. But if you say we could get in, we can all get in.
Уже там защитное кольцо снимайте, осматривайте и
Remove
окончание сушки.
the protective cover and prepare for sublimated drying. We prepared all the cue cards.
Ну, закрыть его практически.
And ready to close.
Смотрит на нас добрыми глазами. Так, ты как
What do you think, Sasha? Sure. Okay, attached.
Принято, ребят.
Okay, guys.
Принято, ребят.
Так, Николаевич, вы меня видите?
Can you hear me,
Нормально.
Fyodor?
Я стою так, чтобы тебе помочь.
I can assist you here.
А УКП
Where is УКП?
там, где
Where it used to be.
оно всплыло. Сейчас я его...
Let me move it.
Ага,
Okay,
заходи.
get in.
Так же, как было, да.
Same way.
И поднимайся потихоньку.
And start climbing slowly. Okay. I'm inside.
Принято, Саша.
Copy, Sasha.
Снимаем кольцо.
Remove the ring.
Спокойно.
Enough room overhead. Remove the ring.
Сложили и внизу.
Смотрим
прибавочную пай.
Observing the mating surface. I looked at the seals and
We are now at 7 hours 27 minutes into today's record-setting spacewalk by Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin outside of the Pirs docking compartment, the longest spacewalk ever conducted by a pair of Russian cosmonauts, eclipsing the previous mark set 23 years ago by Anatoly Soloviev and Alexander Balandin, repairing thermal insulation outside the Mir space station. Both cosmonauts are inside. They are in the process of removing the protective ring around the hatch to the Pirs docking compartment, and we should be seeing that hatch close to mark the official end of the spacewalk momentarily.
Inaudible. Stop him. Okay.
Нет, ты люк открой.
Open the hatch.
Сейчас все сделаю.
In work.
Так.
Okay.
Все, Саш.
That's all.
Вот, да, спасибо. Все.
Great.
Я просто никак дотянуться.
I was just trying to reach it.
Так, замки смотрят.
Checking the latches. So open, starting to close. Yes, go ahead and close.
Зашли. Да, ролики зашли.
The rolls are in.
Есть.
Done. And a click.
Ага, все.
Okay.
Так, люк закрыт.
The hatch is closed.
7 часов 29 минут.
7 hours and 29 minutes. 7:29.
Спасибо. Сейчас я там.
And the hatch now officially closed at 5:05 p.m. Central Time to wrap up a 7-hour, 29-minute spacewalk by Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin. 7 hours, 29 minutes, the longest spacewalk in the history of Russian EVAs by a pair of Russian cosmonauts. The previous record, as we have mentioned a few times in the last few minutes, the previous record was 7 hours, 16 minutes by Anatoly Soloviev and Alexander Balandin, set on July 17, 1990, 23 years ago, as they repaired insulation on the outside of the Mir space station. But today, that mark eclipsed by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin in a spacewalk in which they strung a pair of power cables and an Ethernet cable and racked up a suite of material science experiments outside of the Russian segment of the International Space Station in a 7-hour, 29-minute spacewalk that officially began at 9:36 a.m. Central Time and ended just now at 5:05 p.m. Central Time.
Что тут будет? Поддержать вот да нет, я его отстегну. Вот не мешается тут. Тоже люк закрыл.
So the hatch is closed, right? Yes.
Все. Выдаем команду на КВД ПХО-СУ разрешить.
Okay, the command on KVD PHOSU to allow open KVD PHOSU. Yes.
Николай, что помочь, скажите? Да. Что помочь? Есть
There is
Принято.
a go.
открытые. Есть загорание транспорта.
Select.
Есть.
And so we have the pressure going up.
И шагом 30 миллиметров давление в скафандре, давление в отсеке. И шагом 30 миллиметров давление в скафандре, давление в отсеке.
So the pressure in the suit, pressure in section in the module. 40 millimeters. Copy.
Натуваемся до 260 мм.
So it is repressing. Copy.
The Piers docking compartment now in the process of being repressurized with both crew members back inside and the hatch closed.
In the suit, in both suits. 80 millimeters. 80.
Миллиметров в скафандрах.
100.25 in the suit. Copy. Confirm both. 120 millimeters. 122. 0.22. 0.22 both. Copy.
Миллиметров.
150 millimeters. 0.18. 0.18 here too. Copy.
$180
120 millimeters. 0.14. 0.14. Copy.
миллиметров.
20 millimeters.
0,11.
0.11. 0.11. Copy.
Уточните давление по мановакуметру ВСО еще раз.
And the pressure gauge reader in DC 320.
Принято. Хорошо.
Good. Copy.
Принято. Хорошо.
Good.
Натуваемся до 200.
It is
Все правильно.
260. We need 260. We'll get to 260.
Все правильно.
It was 230, 260 now.
Прошли.
So we passed 230 now.
This is Mission Control Houston with some statistics compiled as a result of today's record-setting spacewalk conducted by Fyodor Yurchikhin and Alexander Mazurkin. Again, the two spent 7 hours, 29 minutes during this spacewalk, the longest spacewalk ever conducted by a pair of Russian cosmonauts. Hatch opening to the Piers docking compartment was revised to 9:36 a.m. Central Time. The hatch was closed at 5:05 p.m. Central Time, completing a 7-hour, 29-minute spacewalk in which the pair rigged a pair of power cables and an Ethernet cable and installed a suite of materials science experiments. This spacewalk was the 172nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance. It was the 7th spacewalk in the career of Fyodor Yurchikhin. 6 spacewalks in Orlan, Russian Orlan space suits, as was the case today, 1 in a U.S. extra-vehicular mobility unit. Those 7 spacewalks for Yurchikhin total 45 hours and 55 minutes of spacewalking time, putting him 12th on the all-time list of spacewalkers. And with another spacewalk in the offing next Thursday, He, if it goes its expected 6.5-hour duration, would put him in the top 5 all time in terms of spacewalking duration. So again, Yurchikhin now with 7 spacewalks and a total of 45 hours and 55 minutes. Alexander Mazurkin now in 2 spacewalks has compiled 14 hours and 3 minutes of spacewalking time. The 172 spacewalks now conducted in support of the assembly of the International Space Station have now totaled 1,082 hours and 51 minutes of spacewalking time, or the equivalent of just over 45 days of spacewalking activity. And this was the 4th of 5 spacewalks planned during Expedition 36. The next one again next Thursday, once again by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin. The 4 spacewalks so far conducted during Expedition 36, totaling 21 hours and 42 minutes, 2 out of the Pirs docking compartment, 2 out of the U.S. Quest airlock. So that will wrap up our coverage today of the spacewalk by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin. Again, a record-setting 7-hour, 29-minute spacewalk, the longest ever conducted by a pair of Russian cosmonauts. We'll wrap it up with a couple of programming notes. You can follow all of the activities associated with the International Space Station on our website at www.nasa.gov. We will be back on the air on Monday morning at 10 a.m. Central Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time with our Space Station Live to bring you up to date on all of the activities conducted by the Expedition 36 crew on board the International Space Station. And as you saw flashing on the screen just a moment ago, the next spacewalk to be conducted will be next Thursday, August 22nd. The spacewalk by Yurchikhin and Mazurkin, our coverage next Thursday beginning at 6 a.m. Central Time. So with that, we'll wrap it up for today. Have a good weekend. Thank you for tuning in to our spacewalk coverage today on NASA television. This is Mission Control Houston.